Momentarily. First come, first served. All right, we'll get started here. I just want to make note that council members Casperson and Belliston are on their way. I believe Councilwoman Casperson is closer than Councilman Belliston. Council, today is November 13th, 2024. It is 4 p.m. We are in the Washington City Council chamber at City Hall for our workshop meeting, our only workshop meeting of November. And I will turn to one of you to make a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Mayor.
We have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved 4-0. The first item on our agenda this evening is housing market trends. And Steve, can you help Kristen Matthews join us? I just do a little introduction here. Councilman Coates and I had the privilege of hearing a brief presentation by Kristen at an event last week, and we felt like the information was very valuable, and so we felt like it would be a good idea to invite her to present to the council and any staff here to keep you apprised. And so Kristen was gracious and kind enough to do that. She's joining us electronically. She's been with John Burns for over 12 years. She's been in the real estate industry for over 20 years. She's a vice president of consulting, and just really good data and good information. Kristen, if you're on, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, council members, for having me today. Can you hear me okay? I don't have a visual, I only have audio. So is it okay?
You sound great, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Again, thank you so much. I have about 20 minutes and I'm going to throw a ton of data at you. I am a data nerd. We have a lot of charts and a lot of graphs. I also talk very fast and very high. At the end of my presentation, I do have a QR code. So please contact me via email, via text, via LinkedIn. I'm more than happy to share these slides with you. And I'm also more than happy to answer any questions you may have. And with that, we'll begin. John Burns Real Estate Consulting is a national firm. We do a variety of things to help builders build. We, for the most part, share insights and intel. So highest and best use. We also have a research, half the company is research. We're about 150 employees. I'm based here in Salt Lake City. I'm a Salt Lake City native. I'm a Ute. I moved to Sandy in 1980. I can tell you I know our state well. I've done a lot of work in St. George, specifically Desert Color, DeVario, all throughout Washington City. We've worked with the church. We've worked with many developers. And again, this is John Burns. We have a building products team to help us understand lumber and widgets and windows. We have a design team to help builders with the correct floor plans. What does that office space look like? So we have a variety of, like I said, data sources to help us make, good building decisions. This is the space I live in. I'm in the consulting world. I leverage all of our company's talents and skills and intellects and reports to, again, help builders build, but help them build intelligently is kind of the overall end goal. Before we talk about where we're going, let's just quickly talk about where we've been. We rate all 50 metros, and we do a rating from very slow to strong, and 4 to 5 is about normal. And in September 2021, unfortunately, St. George is not on here, but we're going to use Salt Lake City as a basis. We were very strong, Salt Lake City and Utah County. We, in fact, were one of the first 2 counties to regain all our COVID job losses. We were going into COVID very strong, and we came out of COVID very strong. So good basis is there. And this is September 21. Then, as we all know, this guy, the Powell and Chairman Powell and the Fed said, we're going too fast. Housing's going too well. And in fact, he used the word pain and housing in the same sentence. And as you know, housing makes up about 1/3 of the inflation. And they decided we are going to put some pain on housing. This is the pain we felt. We've all felt it. Whether you're a home owner or a builder, we went from under 3 to over 7 in a very short amount of time. I think we're still about 6.6. I pulled this last week, although today I saw about 6.8. And then today, this is where we are. This is the metros, and you can see lack of green and more orange and yellows. Salt Lake City is still rated slow. I expect us to do normal soon. We're just still wait and see. I talked to a lot of developers here on the ground, and concessions have finally hit their floor incentives, but we're still kind of in a wait and see. And now that the election's over, I expect to get more momentum throughout the state. This is a map of what you just saw. Some people prefer graphs, some people, see maps. And Salt Lake City, during the COVID, pre-COVID and post-COVID, we were kind of grouped in with Austin and Nashville and some of these other type areas that have a high tech. So we're kind of still following that same pattern. You can see Austin is still slow, Nashville's too slow, Denver is still slow. So it's not like we're isolated. There's other people who had a very strong in-migration who are also today rated slow. But again, I expect us to move to normal, and I will show you why. Inflation's almost back. The 2% target, we're at about 2.2. So that kind of goes back to some more normal times for all of us. We talk about mortgages, 55, this surprised me, 54% of mortgages were originated 2020 to 2023 at those low rates. So we're talking more than half of all mortgages across the country. And then we talk about locked in. 85% of folks are locked in under 5. So we have very constrained resale supply all across the state. I think we're somewhere between 2 and 3, as folks are still not willing to buy or are not willing to leave that mortgage. What's the magic number? We get asked this a lot. Our surveys show it's somewhere between 5 and 5.5. And of course, I know it's 6. Now we're at 6.5 to 6.99. I believe, and my team believes, we got to put a 5 in front of it. It was 5.99 maybe 3 weeks ago, and we actually saw some momentum. So we believe that it's going to get under 6, and then that's what consumers are looking for. We look at sentiment. This is just saying, hey, back in 2022, it completely switched between what's easy to get a mortgage and what's hard to get or difficult to get a mortgage, and a complete switch, as you can see throughout this graph. The good news is what we are forecasting rates to be, again, 5.9 in 2025 to 5.7. The one thing about our company, or several things about our company, we do forecasts. So we at least throw our hat in the ring. A lot of folks don't, but we do. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But at least the clients I'm working today know what today's market conditions are. Please help me understand what the future looks like. I'm actually working on a project right now that's not going to come online till 2034. That actually might be a tough forecast. But here's some good news for us, some relief, under 6. Washington County specifically, we saw a decline, slight decline in new home prices after that incredible peak in 2022. Volume also has softened. I believe the price is mostly due to condos in towns. You've seen more and more of that attached product come into your market, and that overall affects the lower price as well. Here's Salt Lake City and Provo. I always like to kind of throw that out there. Look how high new home prices are still in these 2 counties. $558 for a new home in Salt Lake and $494 in Utah County. So not still less expensive, but still expensive. I pulled this just so we can also gauge where Salt Lake City is, at least with median new home price. Kind of shocking to see us up there with Chicago and New York. So still very high prices. Resale market, some people say, well, then I'm going to go into a resale. Still 480 there in Washington County, which is still high. And you can see we're predicting volumes to actually increase over the next couple of years. And then here in Utah and Salt Lake counties, 565 and 568 for resale. So even existing homes with that constrained supply are higher than new homes, in fact. And what's this going to do? This is going to push people from the north to the south. We've seen the migration of people leaving Salt Lake City, leaving Utah County to come to St. George. They remain in the state. They remain close to friends and family and the church. They're just living at, kind of lower overall costs. So I would expect to see more in-migration to Washington County. This is always shocking to me too. People say, look at the rent gap between Salt Lake, rents and how much it is to purchase a home. It's 24%. This is an entry-level home compared to a typical apartment. And that gap, as you see, is quite substantial, both in Salt Lake City and here in Provo. Income growth, good news. We are forecasting this is for Washington County. So we are projecting positive upward trend in income for Washington County. And then this is just the growth. So it's a lower growth in 2024. However, you could see that the income growth is going to be higher in 2025 to 2027, reaching almost 4% in Washington County. Salt Lake, you can see, is going to be 3.5 and 4. So right on track with the other counties. This, I also like to notice that, look at the green for Utah. This is a positive for us. Washington County is going to be 5% year over year employment, and then Salt Lake and Provo as well in the 3s. But look at the rest of the United States and look at Utah. That is great news for us to have such good employment. And then here's Washington County as well. You can see unemployment, it's about 4%. And then even though jobs are going to be softer, they're still going to be positive in the county. We look at it by sector as well. This is the high income sectors, professional and business services. I was actually surprised to see the info of the tech sector flat in Washington County. I know there's a lot going on for more tech jobs in St. George. I would expect to see that being positive over the next year as well. Population, this is a record population in the country. So we talk about it a lot, but you could see it, 3.6 million people growth last year in this country. And we're going to see that kind of taper off as immigration returns to normal levels. Lots of talk about that, I know, post-election. And you could see also that most of that population is in Florida, California, and Texas. Utah is just kind of in the middle. So even though the country is growing at a substantial rate, Utah is not taking a lot of the new residents. And Utah is really unique. I like to show this slide because it reminds us that, look, we are one of the strongest states for population. We have more births and less deaths than any other state in the country. We have more in-migration and less out-migration than any other state for the country. And what that equates to is the need for more housing. This I thought was interesting too. We know we have a younger population. How young is it? Utah's average age is about 32 compared to 39. And then we just have a much higher percentage of folks under 18. And here's for Washington County, here's the population growth. So if you live in Washington City and you're from Washington City and you think it's crowded, it might get just a little bit more crowded because you could see that you haven't gotten over 7,000, but you're going to get pretty close here in the next couple of years. That's good. That's good for the economy. Kem Garner Institute, who you may know, does a lot of great things for the state of Utah as far as understanding trends. And Washington County has, this is the chart on the left is actually just pure volume, but Washington County has the highest rate of population growth from 2024 to 33 at 3% annually. So your 30,000 more residents is what Kem Garner is saying is going to come down to Washington County. And you can see it's mostly net migration, which is kind of what we talked about. You have a lot of folks moving into the county. Interesting, I did some work recently out in Javario, and they told me that they're seeing a more influx of Texans. So the Texas folks love your weather, but they're willing, they're getting hit with a lot of taxes there, and they're coming into St. George. And I just thought that was interesting. We still have the Californians, yes. We still have the people from the Northwest. You still have the folks from Salt Lake County and Provo County, but now you're seeing also an in-migration from people from Texas and other states that realize how special Washington County is. This is from the governor's office. You may have seen this. This was all over the news, but the governor projects that in order to keep up with our population growth, we're going to have to build at least 28,000 more homes just to keep up. So when we hear that Utah is undersupplied, in fact, we are. Total permits, this is just showing for Washington County that, this is multifamily and single family. You can see more multifamily in the last couple of years. And in fact, we're going to see some more multifamily in the next few years, but permits that are near peak at about 3,500. I'll wrap this all up quickly, but the economy is too strong for the rates to plummet. You can see that we've actually increased here over the last couple of weeks. We're hoping to get that down to 5. We predict, since inflation's at 2.2 and their goal is 2, they're going to ease up on the mortgage rates, which will be good for all of us. We talk about a soft landing, but we think that's actually what's going to be happening, which is much better. We'll take a soft landing over a recession. And then for the housing market, we just spoke about that as well, that home buyers are holding out for lower rates, soft demand and pricing. And we expect I think concessions are actually going to hit bottom. I think more builders are going to ease off of concessions and help people get into the homes that they have. I'm almost done. Mortgages, I do want to bring this up, and this is something that resonates with me and resonates with a lot of my clients, that, mortgages, 70% of the debt. Student loans are 9% of that. That's a lot. It's up 3% since 2000. That actually should be 2023. We can see here that student debt is rising. I know some of you are paying for your kids to go to college, so you're actually feeling the pain of the tuition costs and the student debt. And I look at a lot of surveys. Redfin, 1 in 5 millennials say they'll never be able to own a home. Kind of breaks my heart, because I know homeownership was, I remember trying to buy my first home, and it was a lot of work. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm just saying that we need to fix it somehow. 40% of renters think they're never going to own a home. They kind of just give up. I understand renting is also a lifestyle choice, but I can tell you most renters do want to purchase. And then the boomerang kids. This is a term that we've been using the last couple of years. These are your kids who are back in your basement because you sent them to college. They have a job. They maybe got married. They may have kids, but they cannot afford to rent or buy. And they're boomeranging right back to the basements. So I say, let's try to solve this. And then we talk about densification. So a lot of people say, well, we just need more density to fix the problems. I don't think that's all of it. But we do see a trend that master plan developers, this is across the country, and master plans all over, and they're increasing smaller lots for detached homes. So we are going to see more dense housing. We just have to do that carefully, and we have to do that intelligently. I don't think just putting houses on smaller lots is going to fix it, although I've seen some really terrific products in other parts of the state and the area that can do density in a good way. And then homes are getting smaller. We know that. This is just a chart to show you that, in fact, they are getting small quickly. And that's it. That's all I have. I hope I was able to share some insights. Here's my QR code. For free, we have a lot of free great stuff. If you're on Twitter, I don't tweet, but John Burns himself puts out a lot of great stuff. So does our head of research, Rick. We have a new home podcast every other week with some of the top heads in residential sharing all their insights. And then, of course, our website, we have a ton of white papers. I don't think we have time for questions, but again, thank you so much for having me, and consider me a resource. I am so thrilled to speak to city councils and help guide any decisions I can going forward. Thank you.
Kristen, thank you so much. Fantastic job, great information. And we really appreciate you tailoring this presentation to to our area, and I think we all benefited from just an update on that. And so if you don't have time for questions, we'll let you go.
Oh, I do. I just didn't know what your agenda was. I'm
Let's-
more than happy to answer the question.
Let me just ask the council, if you have a few minutes to stay on, let me see if the council wants to pick your brain anymore. Councilman Henderson?
Absolutely.
I was just gonna say, I plan to be a boomerang parent in retirement. I'm gonna move into my kid's basement. Are there any statistics on that?
On how many basements?
I'm just teasing. I
Oh, okay.
plan to move into my kid's basement for my retirement.
Oh, you are. Well, you know what's funny, Stephen, because we talked about it. We talked about this before. In fact, I live in a neighborhood and people, they are putting the parents in the basement. They say, I want to come back home, but you're going into the walkout basement. So I do see it.
Sounds good.
I do have a question. if
Councilman
you don't
Ivey?
mind. So we appreciate your presentation. Very well done, great information. My question is around inflation. The feds have set a goal of 2%. We've seen adjustments to the interest rate that's kind of affected that in ways, but that has other negative effects down the line. But could you just speak briefly on what you see in some of the trends nationwide and locally on inflation and what to expect going forward?
We believe it's going to be curbed. I mean, we like I said, we're forecasting about 5.9 and then 5.7 in the coming years. I think they chose housing for a reason because it's, a third of what inflation is. We have felt the pain. And I believe that the IRS or the Fed, I'm sorry, the Fed has actually hit their target. Like again, it's at 2.2, it's at 2. So I think we're going to have a soft landing. I think the Fed is going to ease off inflation. I mean, there's still a lot of things. It's not just housing, right? There's still a lot of things that we need to fix for inflation to come down. I will be honest with you, it's a little hard to tell with the recent election. But everything that's been said, including not having Powell actually come back or continue his term, it's going to be interesting. But again, I think that they have done what they have wanted to do with the rates. And now they're trying to fix the affordability issue. So in order to do that, they're going to have to bring rates down.
But there's nothing painless about, I'm sorry, there's nothing painless about correcting inflation, right?
As far as the housing goes and getting rates to where people can afford it, I mean, two things have to happen. Either you have to bring housing prices down and you can use inflation and mortgage rates to do that, or incomes have to come up. So right now there's a huge gap between the two of them. So either they're going to have to find a way to pay people more money or they're going to have to bring rates down. And I believe the easier way is to bring rates down. And I am more than happy to share with you. We do an entire United States analysis and forecast report, and it has an entire chapter on rates. And I think that will add a ton of insight for you as well. I'm more than happy to share that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kristen. We appreciate you very much, and we hope to talk to you again sometime.
Thank you. Thank you again.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a Greater Zion update. Unfortunately, as many of you know, there was a recent tragic incident within the Greater Zion group. So we just express our sincere condolences, and we will reschedule this item for a future date. The following item is a tour of the old gym. So we will keep our open meeting, but we will move just to the south of here where we will tour a project that's under construction. This is open and public, so council and any residents, staff who want to come, we do have hard hats here for you to join us. And then we will adjourn the meeting and vote to close the meeting there on site, and we will reconvene here at 6 p.m. So with that said, we will move to our tour of the old gym. We'll get started here. Today is Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. We are in the City Council chamber at City Hall for our regular City Council meeting. Our meetings are broadcast live and archived on our YouTube station, which is washingtoncity.org/meetings. As we've done for the last 3 years, we start our meetings the right way, and that is with an invocation offered by a member of the Interfaith Council. And this evening, it's my honor to invite the Reverend Derek DeTony Hill with the Shepherd of the Hills United Methodist Church to start our meeting. Reverend.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for allowing us to do this. We appreciate the opportunity, and I do want to mention one thing that we did last week. We had a crop walk for world hunger as well as local hunger, and I was pleased to see your mayor there as part of it, and we raised a record amount of money. I don't know if you've heard that yet, but we raised a record amount of money and are pleased to be able to support one another, especially those in need through that. So Interfaith Council seeks to always be doing good things for the communities, all of the communities in our area. So will you pray with me? Gracious Lord, we thank you. What a beautiful day it is. What an opportunity we have tonight to be together as a city, as a community, and as a people who seek to follow your lead. We are grateful for the celebrations that will be happening during this meeting for firefighters and football players and other things that we lift before you and are grateful for as part of what binds us together. We're grateful for the communities and the beauty of the places where we live and the opportunities we have to enjoy and be together and support one another. Bless this council meeting, bless all who are here, and those who are moving forward beyond this meeting. May you bless them and bless us. Give us wisdom and your counsel as we make important decisions. We ask these things through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. We appreciate you. I've asked Councilwoman Kim Casperson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman. So before I call for an approval of the agenda, I'd like you to just take a moment and look to the back of the room. And you notice this beautiful artwork back there. We started doing this a few months ago, and it just got swapped out. And I just think it really adds a lot to the council chamber. It makes it look really nice. Council, I'm going to turn to you now for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
I'll make that motion, Mayor, to approve the agenda for November 13th, 2024 City Council meeting.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bellison. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved unanimously. We do have some announcements. The mayor and council would like to express our gratitude to veterans and publicly thank the Veterans Day Committee, staff, and community for a wonderful parade and tribute honoring those who serve and have served for the freedoms we have here in the United States. There are some on this council, on this elected body, and some in the audience here tonight who have served, and we're very grateful for the service that you provide, and we continue to honor veterans, and there's no better place around than right here at Veterans Park in downtown Washington City. I've got a few other announcements, just bear with me. Light the World Giving Machines will make their first appearance in southern Utah and will be at the Red Cliffs Mall from November 18th through November 30th. These look like vending machines and offer a variety of items to purchase for those in need. Each item represents a donation that supports individuals and communities locally and globally through reputable charities. Some of the common items you might find are food and clean water supplies, like meals for families, clean water access and filtration systems, medical aid and health supplies like vaccinations, vision care, healthcare kits, education and employment support, agriculture and livelihood support, including seeds, tools, and livestock. You can even buy a chicken or a goat that will be given to someone, clothing and shelter, blankets and warm food and clothing, children and family support. So these items vary by location and charity partner, but each provides direct support to those in need. The machines allow you to make a tangible one-time donation that are especially meaningful during the holiday season. Let me point out a few of the local charities that are involved. Those include Switch Point, the Washington County School District Foundation, the Dove Center, an organization called Sleep in Heavenly Peace, or SHP, which gets people off the street and with a bed and a roof over their head, and the Doctors Volunteer Clinic. Of course, there are a number of other worthy and needed causes, and I encourage you to follow your heart in determining how and where to help as we enter this holiday season. On Friday, November 22nd at 6 p.m., the Washington Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its 4th annual Rock and Roll Installation Gala and Community Hall of Fame Awards. That will be at Cottontown Village. On Thursday and Friday, November 28th and 29th, the city offices will be closed in observance of Thanksgiving, which is on November 28th. On Monday, December 2nd at 6 p.m. here in the park is the Christmas in Dixie Christmas tree lighting. We'll have the tree in the middle. We'll have choirs. We'll have hot chocolate, fire barrels. We'll have tours of the Covington home, and there's really not a better way to celebrate or start the celebration of the season. And then Saturday, December 7th at 8 a.m. will be our 2nd annual USS Utah Pearl Harbor Remembrance event. So those are the items that are coming up on the calendar between now and our next meeting in December. Council, are there any items that I may have missed on this? Did you get the tree? The tree lighting, yes. Okay. So now, one of the things that we love about being able to represent our city and our community is the ability to interact with our community. And in Washington City, we have 2 high schools. We have many of our youth go to Pineview High School, and we've done that for years. And over the last few years, we've had a school, middle school and high school built within our municipal boundary, which is Crimson Cliffs. And so the other part of our youth, our student body, go to Crimson Cliff. So in the spirit of football season, in addition to Thanksgiving and Christmas that are coming up, we want to just take the liberty of inviting a group of 5th graders that represent Crimson Cliffs that were the tackle football champions this past season. And I understand it was an undefeated season, but quite the championship game. So I'd like to invite their head coach, my good friend Amin Shaheen, to come forward, and we'll let these young men come forward and be recognized. Coach, come on forward and tell us about this team, and let's let these boys go through and introduce themselves and a little bit about what position they play.
Thank you, Mayor Staley. Coaches come in as well. A great group of young men. We have a tremendous 5th grade, lots of three teams. All of these guys just came out every day, every week, just to come and give their best foot forward, and just so proud of them and all the things that they've done. They're a resilient group. We were challenged lots of times, but they were able to find ways to get wins. So I'll let these boys introduce themselves and tell us their positions.
And you can move that mic down a little bit.
My name is Titan Barb, and I play receiver and safety.
All right, I know your dad, Mr. Little Titan. That's good.
What's up? My name is Davin Tippett, and I play running back and mostly linebacker and defensive end.
All right.
My name is Jackson Shaheen, and I play quarterback. My name is Boston Terry. I play receiver, defensive end, and kick returner.
Nice.
My name's Christian Matthews, and I play running back and tight end.
Great. I know you.
Of course. I'm Tiger Bernier. I play offense and defensive line.
My name is Liam Talataina. I play offense and defensive line.
Great.
My name is May Stokes and I play tackle.
My name is Stone Wharton and I play offense and a defensive line.
My name's Emerson Martineau and I play defensive end.
My name is JP and I play defensive end.
My name is Graham Schallenberger and I play wide receiver.
Okay.
My name is Bronson Snow and I play center and defensive end.
My name is Grayson Aldred and I play receiver.
My name is Kai Casey and I play cornerback.
Kai.
My name is Boone Callahan and I play H-back, running back, and middle linebacker.
My name's Daniel Rosenlund and I play receiver.
My name is Lewis Johnson and I play tight end and outside line.
My name is Kaysen Johnson and I play wide receiver and kicker.
My name is Scotty Stewart and I play receiver and corner.
Man, that is an impressive group. Well spoken. So, you know, about a year ago, we had some other young men wearing Crimson Cliffs jerseys in this council chambers that were a little bit older than you, that were hoisting a state championship trophy, 4A last year. So is this a sign of things to come a few years down the road? Is this high school? This is the next crop coming up? Okay. Hey, Coach Shaheen, before I let you off the hook here, will you just, two things. Will you just introduce to us your assistant coaches? And then also, if you just tell us a little bit about, I know we've talked about this as we ran into each other about once a week or so. Will you just tell us a little bit about what it's meant to you to coach this team and a little bit about just about the season and what some of the things that stood out to you that were special?
Fantastic. Yeah. So coaches, I have Coach Chris Renee as well right there. Marcus Matthews, Brad Barbin. I don't know where Brad went. Brad Barbin right here. And Levi Monetai, and then Andy Johnson. He's over here. Just a great group of young men. I'll tell you, you know, starting the season off and obviously assembling this group together, kind of just trying to find our identity. These boys came out and literally just went to work. We're not selfish about it and just said, you know what, we want to be a part of this team and we want to put our best foot forward. So that's some of the biggest things for me is just watching a group of young men come together and set, you know, even at 10 years old, set some of their own personal egos aside and say, what do we got to do to go out and get this thing done? And everybody contributed. That's the thing with this team is that every young man came in, whether it be the looks that they gave at practice, the efforts that they gave, all of that contributed to a successful season. I think a lot of our goal with these young men is to teach them life lessons. You know, football's fun and football's a great thing to do. And we love being involved in that. But the most important thing for us is to make sure that we help them understand that in life, they're going to have to be a part of a team, whether it be a council, whether it be a work environment, a fire department, a police force, whatever that might be. Everybody's got to rely on each other and have each other's back. And ultimately, there's going to be times when some of us falter and we make mistakes, but our goal as a team is to pick each other up and help each other get to that next step. And that's it. Those are some of the highlights from this year, too. I will say this. In fifth grade, one of the hardest things to do is to get an extra point or a PAT. They're just really uncommon. In fact, last year we had Councilman Coates' son on our team, and he actually attempted a couple, and we just couldn't quite get over it. But this last year we had a really cool, in the championship game, our kicker Case, and he got hurt the week of, and so we were kind of like, I don't think we dare attempt it. We scored to tie the game up, and the coaches looked at each other and we said, should we just kick it? Let's just try it. I mean, here we are, championship game, and we stepped out there, and he went out there with all the pressure coming at him and actually got it over the crossbar. And that game finaled at, we get 2 points in fifth grade if you get it. So that game finaled at 8-6, and that's what we won. That was our push over on the edge on it. So great job for
so
Casey.
Cool.
So it was a lot of fun. And the boys, like I said, every one of them just contributed and played a huge role in the success of this team. And we also just, aside from that, one of the things I try to explain to the boys is not only do you have, these boys coming out and do it, but just a testament to this community, we have unbelievable parents. As you can see, so many of them there supporting, just like our firefighters' families are here with them. These parents came out and made it possible for each of these boys to be able to step up and be a part of this. So we thank all of them as well. So thank you.
Well, Coach. Well, hey, young man, before your coach leaves, and I'm looking at a few of these coaches here, I don't know any better football players. I see D1 football players out here that are on this coaching staff, but you know what impresses me more? Just like Coach Shaheen said, these are character guys, and that's what you're building young men with this. And so, young men, as you go through these experiences, the highs and lows of sports and athletics, know that it's all about character and building that resiliency, and we love it. We think this is a great part of our community. We want to celebrate this. So what we'd like to do now, often the council comes down and gets a picture with you, but this is a big team. This is a great crowd here. What I'd like is to invite the football players to come forward right in front of the stand there, coaches to come around the back and on the side, and let's just get one big group picture. And so you're going to stand and face the back and face the crowd. Head over this way so you kind of balance it out, guys.
It's the best stage ever. It's the best stage ever.
Congratulations, guys. Well done. Hey, council, before we let these boys go, is there anything you want to ask or any comments you want to make?
Just keep up the good work, boys.
Keep doing it? All right. Good job. Hey, have a great night. If you want to hang around, we'll watch some firefighters get promoted. All right, we'll move on to that next item, which is declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Council, anything to declare or any abstentions this evening?
Mayor, yes, item C2 on a roadway dedication in the consent agenda, I'll be abstaining from that one.
Okay, duly noted. Anything else? We'll move on to item number 4, which is oath of office. This is introduction and oath of office for the fire department. Chief Matt Evans, if you'll come forward at this time, I'm looking for you. Maybe you got caught up in the red wave there. A lot of us got caught up in that wave, I think. Yeah, let's squeeze it in here. I'm turning a blind eye to maximum occupancy in this room. We've got plenty of people who know what to do. Come on in, guys. Chief, it's nice to see you in your Class A's. Would you be so kind as to talk to us a little bit about these new hires, a little bit about the process?
Absolutely.
And then if you would also ask them to individually come forward, and I've got a list here, so nobody gets off the hook. I'd like them to introduce themselves and just field a few questions and share a few of their thoughts.
Awesome. I like it. We have a few different positions tonight. We we start with our entry positions, we have 4 new firefighters that are starting with us. Really, all of 3 of the different testing processes that we did, foundationally, they're very similar. It's a process. It's not just coming in for an interview. For the firefighter positions, it's typically, well, it'll always start with the PT test. They'll do the department PT. They'll do some fire skills and some EMS skills, and then some communication as far as some interviewing, and establish a list, and then go from there. We had quite a few, especially when we started the process. We had 1 opening, and so it was a great process. It was very competitive, and we have the top 4 candidates here with us tonight. Then the captain's process, as we look at that first line supervisor, it's very similar, but rather than some of the skills, it's some of the leadership pieces. So not necessarily so much of how you put the fire out, but how do you manage all the people at said emergencies. And so working through some of that, of course, some other personality conflicts and things that could arise, and their ability to work through that. And then we also have our battalion chief position that we tested for, and it really just takes it to that next step. And so it's a large-scale emergency incident that would involve a lot of the county and their ability to run that and work through it.
So let me interject real quick, Chief. So what I heard you say is that we had a firefighter position open. We had a few other positions that needed to be backfilled. We had 2 captain positions that needed backfilled, and a battalion chief.
Yes.
So there's 7 spots tonight.
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
Yes, that's exactly.
Just want to make that clear for everybody.
That was great math. I mean, I had to count all that up.
I got an accounting degree, so that's about as high as I can go.
Yes, and so, and you look at the processes, the battalion chief position was opened really across the western United States. We had 30 plus applicants, and really we're extremely excited and grateful that it was an internal candidate that absolutely rose to the top. The captains, we had 12 internal candidates for 2 positions. And it as well was an extremely competitive process. We literally could be promoting any of the 12 people that the firefighter position, like I said too, just really, really competitive. And this really what we have is the top of all those processes. Not something that's very easy. Usually takes a couple days to get them all through that, and a lot of stress for them. But they finished through it all. So let's bring those 7 up here.
You want me to read the names?
Yeah. Do you want them in an order?
You want to go top to bottom or bottom to top, Chief?
I don't know.
Let's go bottom to top.
We go whoever gets here first.
Let's go bottom to top.
Gordon's the closest, so.
That's going to mess me up. Amber Snyder.
Where you stand up and you walk up here. It's all right. Don't be shy.
Jordan, help me pronounce the last name, Jordan. Scouten. Braden Butterfield. Luke Christian. Captain Amy Zitting. Captain Preston Jolly. Chief Brandon Moore. Let's start in that order. Oh, that's okay. We'll keep them in order. So Chief, maybe what we could do is let's have them interact with the council just a little bit, and then we'll do the oath of office ceremony in one fell swoop. So the newest addition to our fire department is Amber Snyder, who is a firefighter EMT. Firefighter Snyder, come introduce yourself to the council and the community.
Hello, everyone.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am from Utah, born and raised. I grew up in northern Utah, and I moved around the country for about 5 years and ended up back. I live in Hurricane now, but I ended up back in southern Utah because this is where I decided home is for me.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I went to Southwest Technical College up in Cedar, and I earned my Fire 1, Fire 2, Hazmat Operations and Awareness, and my basic emergency medical technician certificates. And I'm lucky enough that Chief Evans decided to take a chance on me, so now I'm here.
So you're the newest addition.
Yes, sir.
So here's my question for you, and then if the council can feel free to jump in. Why do you think Chief Evans took a chance on you, and why are you choosing Washington City?
This is home. I've always wanted to work close to home. That's my mom.
Where's Mom?
This is my mom. It's Georgia.
Raise your hand high. She deserves all the credit.
So I was tired of missing holidays with her, moving around the country. I lived in Maryland and Washington State, but I thought it was Washington State calling me, but it turns out it was Washington City.
You
right
got
here
even
close
better,
to home,
even
huh?
better.
Yes. So that's me.
Well, we couldn't be happier to have you join what we think is the finest fire department in the state of Utah, and we think you're going to be a great addition.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Jordan Skelton, firefighter paramedic. This is a lateral move. You've been up at West Jordan, but now you also chose the better place.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, Jordan Skelton. I've been in the fire service for a dozen years full time. We moved down here like 4 years ago, and been commuting back and forth for the last 4 years, and just waiting for the right opportunity, and it finally came. So happy to work where I live. So
Wonderful. Is anybody here with you tonight?
yeah, my sons. Yeah. So
Can you raise your hands, guys? Actually, do you mind? Will you just come forward and tell us your names real quick?
I'm Colton.
Hi, I'm Nat. I'm Tanner.
Tanner, and what's your youngest brother's name? All right, Tanner, stay there for just a minute. Right there at the mic, bud. Hey, what does it mean? What kind of example does your dad set for you? What does it mean to see him in this uniform and knowing the kind of work he does, saving lives and saving property throughout the community?
I don't know. It's just like really inspirational for him to like be the one that saves lives, like, and report to car accidents and stuff like that. It's super cool to see.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you we're all proud of him, and I guarantee he's proud of you. Firefighter Skelton, will you just talk about what it means to represent Washington and what it means to be an example to your boys?
yeah, I'm excited to do it. It's a great city. I first came down here in 2002, came down to college here and enjoyed the place, really loved the community. It has we came down from Salt Lake, and this coming down here is like a time machine. I feel like it was down here was Salt Lake when I was growing up, so it's a great place to be there. And yeah, these boys are awesome. They've been troopers, all three of them, and happy to have them and happy to have them support me. So.
Well, we feel the same about you. We're happy to have you, and welcome to the department.
Thank you.
Braden Butterfield, firefighter, advanced EMT. This is a lateral move. You've been with us part-time.
I have.
And you've been full-time over at Hurricane Valley. Yep. And now you've made the right decision to come over here.
Yeah, so I worked here part-time for almost a year and a half now. This is like a second family to me. I've always loved working with the guys. I get along with everybody great. Hurricane's great, but Dad's battalion chief out there now, and I'm excited to see his progress there, but I think it's time for me to make my own. I'm about to finish paramedic school. I finish on December 9th, and I'm excited to work.
Congratulations. I love that you talk about family, second family, and we call that culture. And so we, as this elected body, we try to set the right culture. But you know what? There's nobody better than this chief right here.
Absolutely.
That sets the culture for this fire department. You've got your parents here. You've got another guest here. We're gonna invite your father to come forward. He's in a uniform. Talk about what this means to you to see your son in this move in his career.
Well, he is now the fourth generation in the fire service.
Talk right in that mic.
My dad was in the fire service. My grandfather was in the fire service for 60 years. I kind of thought I'd be the end of the line, but I couldn't talk any sense into him, so here we are. So, yeah, but it means a lot to see him here, and I'm happy that Chief Evans hired him and going to give him a shot. So I think he'll be a good addition to your department. Good kid.
What I'm hearing is that you're doing what you were born to do. It's in your blood. Welcome to the department.
Thank you.
Luke Christian, firefighter, advanced EMT, also a part-timer going full-timer, also choosing the right side of the county.
Of course. Yep, I'm Luke Christian. I grew up in Hurricane. I was born and raised there. I kind of grew up in the fire service. My dad is a firefighter, captain, and my brother's also a firefighter, paramedic as well. So I was kind of born and kind of pushed into this. I love it. But yeah, I've been in the fire service for about 3 years, and then I got part-time earlier this year with Washington City, and I'm just happy I'm here full-time.
Fantastic.
I'm here with my wife back there as well. So
I was just going to ask you, oh yes, I met her earlier.
yeah,
Would you ask her to come forward and just,
she's super thrilled.
and if you guys would just, if you just put your arm around her and stay there together. So this is a very serious question. Did Luke have the firefighter mustache when you first started dating? And if so, what would we ended up here?
I don't think he had it when we first started, but went to.
Is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the mustache? It's a thumbs down.
I told her after the council meeting I'll shave it. So.
Okay.
It's not my favorite.
I think you should stick with it. I just hold strong.
Yeah,
I like it.
I can't. It's on her, so. But yeah.
No, but in all seriousness, when you're in public safety and in public service like this, it's team effort. Can you just talk about what kind of commitment collectively you're ready to put into this thing and what you expect out of your husband over his career?
I just want him to be happy, and I love that when he comes home, he's happy, and that's all that matters to me. And if he's happy, I'm happy, and I love to see him grow. So it's been great.
And Luke, your response to that, do you enjoy being a firefighter? Just make you happy?
Yeah, I love it here.
Well, we're happy to have you. Welcome aboard.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to go with Captain Amy Zitting. This is an internal promotion. Captain Zitting, we know you. You've been the Employee of the Month, for crying out loud. We know you. Will you just introduce yourself again to this body? And becoming a captain is a really big deal. Will you just talk a little bit introduce yourself and then talk just a little bit about that process that you went through to earn this position and what it means to you?
Well, I'm Amy Zitting. I'm originally from Hilldale, and I came from Weber, so I did 3 years with Weber and then tested and got on with St. George. So speaking of good decisions, I spent a month
I'm
with St. George.
I'm liking Captain already.
I spent a month with St. George and then called Chief Evans and I said, what do I have to do to come work for you? And he said, come test. And so I did. And I showed up in St. George uniform because I just got off duty. And they asked me a similar question. They said, why do you want to work for Washington? And I said, because I look for good leaders. And he's a good leader. And if he's a good leader, he's got good leaders. And if he's got a good leader, he's got good leaders. So 3 years with Washington, I also wanted to become a good leader. And something unique that Chief Evans does is part of the testing process, we get peer reviews. And people do not hold back. They are super honest. And that's really good because that keeps us accountable. That's what Washington's about, is we're about treating people good. So that's why I wanted to be a leader and a captain for Washington, is because that's the mission and that's what I believe in too.
Honestly, I've never heard it said better. And this is a great honor for you to be a leader among your peers. I see a lot of support on that back row.
Yep.
I'm looking to try to decide who I should pick on because they, do you have any recommendations? Mom? Mom?
There's Mom, yep.
Mom or sister?
Call on my sister. She's the ringleader.
All right, ringleader, come on forward. Yes. But you were the sister standing up. But you came just a little bit later. So tell us your name and then just tell us what it means not only to you but to your family to have a captain in your midst.
My name is LaDonna Zitting and I'm Amy's oldest sibling. And this day's about Amy and it's a huge deal for her personally, but for our family, we watched her move away from home, kind of go out on her own and have this dream. And I don't think we really understood at first kind of where the motivation came from, where the drive came from to do something so different. And we watched her just get kicked around and knocked down and tested to death and really worked her way up in Weber and kind of came to understood that the thing that drove her was wanting to be the person that stood in the gap. If someone's hurt or if someone, stands to lose their home or their life, then she wanted to be the person that was there for them. So then we understood that and we wanted her back. But she had worked up to this good position in Weber County, so she did start looking around for positions down here in southern Utah, and this girl tested her guts out. We saw, the stress leading up to the test the night before, the day of, not knowing if she was going to get it, and she didn't get, some of the ones that she tested for, and that was disappointing. But one thing about Amy, she does not give up. She will not quit, no matter what, on herself, on her goals, and I think this is the result of that.
You're a great sister. That
Thank
was
you.
wonderful. All right, Captain. Talk to us just a little bit about the dream, the drive, the resiliency, the being tested. And then just speak to us a little bit about a term that your sister shared. It's called stand in the gap. And what does that mean to you? And what does that mean to you in this leadership role?
So yeah, like she said, I was a young kid, 18 years old, from the creek. The guys up in Weber would make a joke. They'd say, "You grew up under a rock," because I did not know anything. I barely knew how to drive, and they had to teach me a lot. They even taught me how to mow a lawn up there in Weber. So I tested up there, and I did 3 years up there, and had a lot of experiences. Worked for a lot of good captains, worked for a lot of bad captains, and learned what not to do and what to do. And then I wanted to come home. I wanted to bring it all home, and I wanted to bring experience and all my certs and bring it to my hometown. So I tested like crazy. Chief Evans actually told me no the first time. He said,
Chief.
He said, "We only hire full-time from our part-timers," and I wasn't a part-timer, so then I tested with St. George and didn't get it. Tested in Mesquite and Kanab and Hurricane, and none of those worked out for me. But the next year, tested with St. George and got offered. Lasted a month, and then gave Chief Evans that call.
You gave him one more chance.
Yeah, I said, "What do I have to do?" Like I said, but so yeah, I brought it all home, and then the goal ultimately is to bring it back to my hometown, and down there they're volunteer. So I actually live down there, and this brings me to my next piece is, on the long list of people I have to thank, my mom is at the top, because she
Raise your hand, Mom. I know, I see you back there. We see you. Good job.
She made 2 dreams possible, being a mom and being a full-time firefighter, because there's not a daycare around that takes a kid for 48 hours, except grandparents. So I couldn't have done it without her. But,
Wow.
as far as standing in the gap, that's what we do. That's what firemen do. That's what police do. We don't want anything bad to happen to people, but we want to be the people that are there to help. And we see a lot of sad stuff. We see a lot of stressful situations, and we have a hard time separating that from home and work. but we come together as brothers and sisters and we rely on each other. And Chief Evans always reminds us of the mission and why we're here and why we're doing that. And that's what makes Washington so good, is that he always reminds us why we're here and why it's important. And it's a good place to be.
Well, it's a fantastic place to be, and we're glad that you are in this place, and we're grateful for all of those experiences that you got here, that got you here, and we're grateful that Chief Evans finally had the sense to say yes to you.
I told you we don't quit.
Welcome, Captain Zitting. We're proud of you.
Thank you.
We have another internal promotion to captain. This is a young man that I think I've known all his life. I've known his parents about all my life. He comes from good Washington stock. Preston Jolly, Captain Jolly. Come forward and introduce yourself to the rest of us.
Preston Jolly, born and raised Washington City. Worked for Washington City for 15 years, part-time volunteer, and then 9 years full-time. So only worked here. This is the only department I've ever worked for full-time, but I knew that's where I wanted to be, so that's why I'm here. Starts from the top, like Amy said. The leadership here is great, and so I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to build upon the leadership that's here and just help everybody move forward and provide the best customer service that we can for our citizens and everybody that visit this great city. So, yeah.
I love it. Will you, before the meeting, I shook your hand and you introduced me to your wife and children. Will you just introduce us? Just show us and introduce us to those with you.
So my wife, Ariana, we've been married for 9 years. We're great. And I have 3 beautiful daughters, Adeline, Solomon, and Raylan, the one that was making a lot of racket earlier. So she's
Good
in the
girl.
hallway.
We about called the fire department on that.
She's in the hallway with my brother-in-law and my parents and my grandma and my sister and nephew are here as well. So I have a great family at home that support me, and we have a great fire family as well that has everybody's back. So it's a great place to work.
You like others here tonight, you come from a firefighter family.
Yes, I do.
I've known your father all my life. I remember him being about your age and commuting back and forth to Las Vegas to work down there. Scott, would you mind just coming forward and telling us what this means to see your son follow in your footsteps and kind of what this means to you and your family?
Well, you know, supposed to look out for me, right?
Captain Jolly. We got a couple of captains now. Are those 2 bars? Is that not captain? What is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a captain with Clark County down in Las Vegas, but this is one of the happiest days of my life. Sorry, honey, I know. It's been a long time since we got married. But I'm so proud of this kid, so totally. But the city, in my opinion, couldn't have found a better person to promote to this position. He listens. Well, are your eardrums still good? I hollered a lot.
One is good.
When you were going. But we've basically been buddies his whole life. And thank goodness he took after his mother, in all honesty. Yeah, he may have paid attention and watched me do a few things, but she taught him.
Yeah.
Trisha taught him.
Thanks, Captain Scott.
Great example.
Appreciate you. Preston. And just for the record, Karen, grandmas get some credit too, right? Karen, raise your hand there. Janet. Don't tell Karen either that I got you 2 mixed up, because there is a Karen Jolly, but I know you, Janet. Just talk a little bit about what your journey's been and what this means to you to step into this role as a captain.
So right out of high school, tested, became volunteer with Washington. Like I said, was volunteer for a while, part-time, and then was able to become full-time, which was great and been a great opportunity, and just progressed. And you know, there's been quite a bit of change. Just, you know, I've been here for 15 years, and in that amount of time, we've gone through multiple chiefs, multiple personnel, but I feel like our trajectories we can't come down. So I feel like being able to work for Washington City is a great opportunity for me, and I just appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, we couldn't be happier, and we appreciate the service that you've given, and the service that you will give. Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Thank you as well.
So we've got one more here tonight, but before we do that, I just want to take a minute to recognize all of you other firefighters and family that have come out here tonight to support these individuals. It's just the support is great. I look back there and I see Jerry Allred. You walk in, and you know he's been around with Washington City Fire for about longer than anybody. I joked with him and I said, you know, Washington City Fire Department started as a volunteer operation in 1972, and I don't know if I got a clear answer if you were around or not at that time, Jerry. But I'm quite certain that is how long our fire department has been around, and certainly, as Preston alluded to, as Captain Jolly alluded to, it's grown exponentially with the growth of this community, and so we need to grow with it. So welcome back, Jerry Allred, and appreciate all your years of service and leadership in what was a very different fire department then to what it is now. That's quite the legacy that's built upon your shoulders. We appreciate you. And then it just means the world to me to see the new Santa Clara Ivans Chief Dan Kazir here supporting this brotherhood. It was a big deal when the battalion chief position was created, and it was such a big deal that they even let the mayor sit in on those interviews. I didn't get to sit on yours, Brandon, but it just I think goes to show that type of culture, that type of leadership, for you to be here to support the person stepping into your shoes and to support these other individuals that have looked to you for leadership and continue to look to you for leadership throughout the community. Brandon Moore, come on forward. You are being promoted to battalion chief. So we've called you firefighter, we've called you captain. Now we will call you chief, and you are the number 2 in command here. That's a pretty big deal. I remember having a long conversation, even though he didn't let me in the interview this time. I had a long conversation, and he said, and I didn't really remember, I did write it down, of the 30 plus applicants from out the West, you were the one that rose to the top. And I asked him about this, and he said, Brandon tested better than any of them. And when we asked his peers, they all concurred that he was the right guy. I can't think of a better combination for somebody to step into the position of battalion chief than to be the best on the testing and to have the respect of those who you're going to lead. Brandon, I've known you for a long time. You're also a Washington City guy. You're an internal promotion. We couldn't be happier. Tell us about what this means in your career path, what this means to you and to your family.
Well, I do. I appreciate it. I don't know if Coach said it better, you know. I mean, it's the group around you. We build each other up. I've had great mentors with Chief Evans and Chief Kazir, as well as even just the captains and other firefighters. I learned so much from all of them. So it's what we can do to keep pushing each other further forward and to help each other, continue to move to that step. I actually started the department with Captain Jolly. So we were volunteers way back when, and actually Captain Reyes, I think, is in the back too. So the 3 of us started together, and we've just both kind of.
Where is Reyes? I saw him here earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, step in, Reyes, because I want to see your mustache again.
So anyways, yeah, the 3 of us have just kind of come up together, and lucky for me and these other guys, we kind of got the lottery. We didn't need to change departments to get to the best city. We were already here, and we got to stay here. So it's been really good for me and my family. And like you said, I grew up in Washington, and so unfortunately for you, Mayor, the secret's out. My sister is married to Karen's son. So
Brad.
So Brad
I
should
know,
probably
I-
tell him, tell Karen.
I'm going to get in trouble because everybody knows Janet is not
So,
Karen.
yeah, so anyways, but yeah, we grew up here, and my parents moved down here in '91, I think. So this is where we want to be, and this is where we enjoy to be.
Brandon, your wife's Debbie.
Yep, Debbie.
Introduce us to Debbie and your children.
Yeah, so the youngest is Zoe, and she's 8.
Raise your hand, Zoe, so we can all see you. There you go.
Jetta, she's 15. She just got her learner's permit, and
Chief Williams.
yeah. So, and then Gavin, he's 18, and he's the one that pals around with me all the time. Takes care of me. Does all my heavy lifting. I call him my pack mule. So when we have 2 horses and I got 1 pack mule. So that's Gavin. So, and Deb, I've been lucky enough to be married to her for 23 years now. So
Deb. Just tell us some of the things that maybe the rest of us don't know about Chief Moore. Just some of those things, just the quiet kind of character things, because I know him as a character guy. In fact, I know at least 2 or 3 fires that he's responded on, and I've walked through some of that with him afterwards and known some of the stress and stuff that's been through. But will you just tell us a little bit about what kind of a man he is, what kind of a husband and father he is, and how that translates over to leadership in this department?
He's your go-to guy. He is.
Speak right into that, Mike. Deb.
Sorry, he's your go-to guy. He's the one that if somebody has something going on, they're gonna call him. I'm famous for that, definitely as the wife, but everybody else does it too. Everybody calls him if they need something, and he is just right. He doesn't need to know the full details. He just jumps in and he does it. And he was that way before he started with the fire department, but with the fire department, it has just really, that trait in him has grown just exponentially. And it's to his fire family, because those really are his best friends. We laugh because we're like, oh, if we lose him, we know he's with one of the firefighters. Like, that's just how he is. Those are his best friends. But it's also to the community. Can't even tell you how many car accidents we've stopped in our civilian vehicles and just checked on people, or just those behind the scene things that he's not going to get credit for in any other realm. It's not for the credit. It's because he's there to serve, and he's there to serve day in and day out, and not just when he's got the badge on. That's him.
He's a character guy.
He is a character guy.
And,
Yes.
And refined in the fire service.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
love that.
He might tease you and give you a little crap along with it, but
He gets that from his dad, Wayne.
maybe. but no, he's a good guy that's there to help.
Thank you. Final thoughts, Chief.
Well, I'm just excited. I started a couple weeks ago, and so it's a lot to learn. I've already, countless times bugged Chief Evans, and he probably gives me looks of like, you probably should know this. But anyways, he always does smile and give me a hard time afterwards. But I've called Chief Kazir with questions, but then I kick around ideas even with the crews. So it's a good environment for me, especially as I, learn my role too, and hopefully grow and learn as much as I can. So it's been good.
Fantastic. Well, welcome, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief Evans, let's do it like this. Let's have those promoted and new firefighters come forward and receive the oath of office. After that, they should invite the person that they want to pin their badge upon them to come forward. After that, we'll get some pictures. And then in the final picture, the council will join and shake hands and welcome them. So you take it from here.
not to be rude because there's a few less that direction. So let's bring them up here and we'll have them face this way. If that's all right. This is that stressful thing. I mean, it's really not too hard. You just have to repeat, but sometimes it seems difficult. So it'll be okay. All right, right hands. I state your name.
I, Brandon Moore,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of Utah,
and the Constitution of Utah.
that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
And I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Yep.
All right, if you're doing the honors to pin it on, come on forward.
It's always the dangerous part because we put them in a white shirt, so you can tell if they go a little too deep.
We'll just do a few pictures here, and then we can let you take some additional pictures there. But Chief Evans, if you'll join them. Jordan, will you get a picture of this new group? And then we'll get one with the council, and then with family and other firefighters. Balance that out a little bit. Scoot over to your right just a little bit, guys. You know, we'll come down in the back here. All right, let's come back.
There's a lot of
All right, any firefighters that are here this evening, whether you're Washington City or elsewhere, come on forward. We're going to do a big group picture with anybody who is current or retired firefighter. That's Washington City firefighters. Come on forward. If you're here, come forward. We're going to get a big group picture. I know you'd rather just sit there, but come on forward. Come on. You got some room back here too, guys.
Founding youth for us all.
Nancy Tate. We'll have Jordan take that. Come on up, Nancy. We need you right in there. We know who the real chief is around here, Nancy. All right, thank you guys. We really appreciate it. You're welcome to get some other pictures with family out in the lobby and around. We better keep this meeting going. All right, the next item on the agenda, item 5, this is the consent agenda. And council, there'll be just a couple little things on here. So the consent agenda this evening consists of item 5A. This is approval of minutes, consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meeting of 10/23/24. Item 5B, the board audit report, consideration to approve the board audit report from October 2024. We will be striking that from the consent agenda this evening. There were some duplicates as a result of moving from Spring Brook to Oracle. We'll pick that October board audit report back up at our next meeting. And 5C, dedication plat, consideration to approve a road dedication for Hilton Williams Drive. Item 5C2, Councilman Coates will abstain on the vote from this. This is consideration to approve a road dedication for Veneto Roadway. And item 5C3, consideration to approve a road dedication for Groves Parkway and Stuckey Farms Parkway. Council, unless there's any clarifications on the consent agenda, I'll call for a motion to approve the consent agenda, making note that 5B, the board audit report, is stricken, and that 5C2, Councilman Coates will not be voting on.
I'll go ahead and make that motion that we approve the consent agenda as outlined.
As outlined, as stated? As stated?
Yep. Second that as stated.
I have a motion by Councilman Bellison, a second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously.
Mayor?
Oh,
We're gonna leave ya, but obviously we're gonna go have a party and celebrate some things, but we know that you can't come, but we wanted to free some. It was, we didn't think ice cream, we really want some.
it's a little cold.
It's cold, but, so we thought some cupcakes.
Oh, I love it. Thank you, Nancy. We know how this goes. You know, John's gonna want cupcakes every meeting if we start that.
Smells delicious.
Are you doing okay? They had the bone marrow transplant in the black. All right, we'll move along to item 7. This is a public hearing. This is 7A, a public hearing and consideration to approve a resolution. Did I forget 6? Thank you. Excuse me. Check that. We'll move on to item 6, award of bid. This is consideration to award the bid for the 300 East and Telegraph Street intersection widening project to M&T Enterprises in the amount of $378,807.80. I'll invite City Engineer Paul Mogul to come forward. Mr. Mogul, this is really going to happen.
It is. It's fine. It's really going to happen. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilman Coates, for remembering we forgot number 6. On October 31st at 2 p.m., bids were opened publicly and read aloud at the Public Works building. We received 5 bids that were very competitive. The lowest bid was M&T Enterprises in the amount of $378,807.80. The project consists of about 3,300 square feet of asphalt, 900 square feet of concrete sidewalk, 260 feet of concrete curb and gutter, and about 840 feet of curb in the median. And this project will construct a dedicated right turn lane on 300 East at the 300 East and Telegraph intersection as you head northbound. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Paul?
Paul, the bid looks good. They're all pretty close. It seems like it was a good bid, so I'd make a motion that we recommend approval for the $378,807.80 to M&T Enterprises.
There's a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The bid is awarded to M&T Enterprises as stated. Paul, when will we get to work on this?
We'll get with M&T and work out a time. I think they're itching to get going on a ASAP. We'll have to get their bonding in place and all that stuff. So it might be, usually you give them about a couple weeks to get that in place. And
okay.
They'll probably get going ASAP.
Okay, wonderful. Now to item 7, public hearing. 7A, this is a public hearing and consideration to approve a resolution opening and amending the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. Finance Director Brian Brown will present on this, after which I will open the public hearing and close it before the council discusses and votes on this item. Finance Director Brian Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as in every budget year, we open, there's always a case where we need to open the budget and make some amendments. In this case, we'll be making an adjustment to the general fund for right around $31,000, and then also the RAP tax for $299,000. And the amendment to the general fund is for the final CEC sponsorship. This will be after June 30th, 25, that will dissolve. And then also it'll be for audio equipment and chairs. For the RAP tax, it'll be audio equipment, chairs, wall panels, replacement of the grout, and the old gym site drainage. So those are the items we are amending in this budget. As you can see, the total is just right around $330,000. Do you have any questions about this budget amendment?
Do you want to talk about the income that we received that helps offset some of that cost?
This shows the expense side, but there was a $500,000 grant for the old gym. So that offsets this expense. So the net to fund balance will be roughly about $170,000.
Yeah. That was great. We appreciated that work that I believe Jordan initiated there. I think Paul helped too on. Jordan, what was that grant through? Was that through Greater Zion? Yeah. Good job.
Just to be technical, the 31,000 wouldn't be part of that grant, so it would be the RAP tax.
Yeah, just the RAP tax
fund, but it goes to offset the cost of the gym remodel.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So the 299 is from RAP. The offset $500,000 is in the general fund, and then we've got an additional 31,100 for last year of a CEC contract. Is that right, Councilman Bellison, City Manager? That's the one that we thought we were done with in the budget, so we didn't list it there, but apparently we weren't.
Yeah, so I'm actually on that board, and I thought we were done with it too. You know, they sent a letter out that says we're done with CEC, and great, we'll pull it out of the budget, but it doesn't actually sunset till next July. And so the expenses are still there for the year, and they're still doing what they've been doing for the community through now, and then next July, then what they have is just going to kind of revert back to Utah Tech. So
it seems like that'll line up with the fiscal year then, Jeremy. So this last one, it'll line up with the
right.
So
July 1 to June 30.
So on this, can we request any of these things that we're doing, sponsorships or stuff, be piled in a list? Just feel like this was a lot of money for this application. I know we've been doing it for years. I'd like a list of future goings of anything we have out there that we plan on continuing, if it's a sponsorship or whatever it is that's not the standard city. Like
I don't know that this is a sponsorship though, because the CEC is the community education channel that it was, I think it's actually under like an interlocal type of
agreement,
an
yeah.
agreement. It's, so
I
it's,
did my
it's
time
called
on that
something
board
it-
too.
Whatever it is,
I did my time on that board too.
It's actually pretty interesting, you know, but,
I just would like a list to compile, because these things keep popping up, and I'd just like to understand more of what's going on with some of these public funds and where we're supporting, and if we feel like we need to support there or put it somewhere else and use for the city. I see as the cities are growing around us, we had things that made sense for us to contribute in some of those things when we were a growing community, and as we get bigger, maybe it doesn't make sense for our community members, is all I'm saying. So.
Well, I agree, Councilman Coates. I had the same questions about this, the community education channel, because I don't really, unless I'm unaware, but I don't really see the benefit to Washington City. When I looked through some of the videos that they had posted on their channel, it was mostly St. George City Council meetings and then county commissioner meetings. And so I just don't know what the benefit is to Washington City and why we continue to do the sponsorship. And there's, in the interlocal agreement, there are places where you can actually, you know, give them a notice that, you know, we no longer want to be part of the agreement where, you know, I'm unaware of how this benefits Washington City. So maybe someone can enlighten me on that.
Well, I think those are really good comments. I will say that this interlocal agreement predates all of us. As I recall glancing through it, it was in Mayor Clove's time that it was signed. There was benefit for a time period, but what happened is our technology was more advanced than St. George's in the counties, so we handled ours. They handled, the CEC helped with them, but they also handled a lot of the community. At the university, they would record a lot of the events there. But for a time period, part of this interlocal agreement also brought some funding back to the partners through the TDS, back when cable was a big and growing thing. So at one point, it was a good contract. We had the conversation a few years ago when Councilman Martinson served on that committee. We debated back and forth. We really kind of said at that time, as I recall, about 3 years ago, that this is it. But what happened here is the word we got back to the council was that we were done with it. And then apparently we weren't done with it, so.
yeah, I mean, they sent a letter out in January and said, we're done. So great, we pulled it out of the budget. And then we get an invoice in November, said, wait a second, I thought we were done.
Yeah.
They said, well, yeah, we're done July 2025, right? So we still have that final year. And you know, when I first came on the council back in 2016, they would actually film and film the city council meetings, but as we started hosting up to YouTube, we didn't need council.
Exactly.
Meetings. But they still did show up to community events and film and push those out too, so.
It's been the benefit they haven't done anything for us in the last 5 years.
Agree with you, except.
A few very minor events within that time frame, Councilman.
Within that interlocal that was agreed to, that you know, we just looked at it.
We should
Great.
have gotten out of it before now.
What I can do this year is when we prepare the budget, if there's interlocal agreements like that, as I'm going through it, I can look, if I find any I come across, I can pull those.
I think that's what the council members, and they make great points, that we just need to be very aware of any of those obligations and determine if there's value or not.
But isn't there an out in the contract that says we can, because I'm just wondering, is it worth the, $31,000 is a lot of money.
But at this point, we don't have that out this year, right?
It does say it says the agreement is subject to annual review and any party may terminate its involvement as a party under this agreement by giving the other parties 90 days written notice of its intent to terminate. And so I don't see, why can't we still do this? Why can't we still make notice of our intent to terminate?
The whole thing's already terminating July.
But $31,000 is a lot of money for something that's going away.
Do we want to have Thad look at this further?
Well, I mean, she's reading the
the language that exists. I think Councilman Belliston would have to go back and find out if we terminated now, what if anything would it be, says it would prorate the cost. But I think that's up to you guys, but I think your other cities are gonna say, man, we're terminating, now you wanna get out. I mean, it ends in July, so you wanna get out 6 months early to save some money. 31, you can certainly do it, but this started back in 1997. We've been a partner since then. I'll obviously leave it up to the council to decide what you want us to do, but I don't know that they'd look upon it super favorably, but it's certainly up to you. We can pull out of it and save whatever money we can save at the last 6 months if you'd like. There's a 90-day written notice, so you're gonna be 3 months in, so you're gonna save 3 months worth of.
I can tell you this, there are some assets of the CEC that are owned by the members of the CEC, you know, based on the pro rata share of the interlocal, right? St. George has a bigger chunk of it, Washington has, but it's not insignificant, you know, and those funds will come back to the cities, you know, whenever it does come back, and they disperse of those assets, right? They got a couple vehicles, they've got, you know, certainly some equipment, things like that, so.
Have they talked about if the university is going to try to take that over and continue that on, or are they
They're
going to
gonna
liquidate?
continue on portions of it.
So
You know,
would they liquidate
certainly-
those assets in that case, do you think, or has that been a discussion?
Some of the video and, you know, cameras and electronics and things like that, you know, the discussion from the board has been to say, you know, those probably ought to be just donated to the
That's what I
program
thought.
at Utah Tech, because it's really not worth anything. You're not gonna sell it for anything, the way electronics move.
It's probably outdated.
Vehicles and things will be disposed of, and then those funds will come back, but, I mean, I think, you know, if we got out 6 months early, I don't know that we would have, I mean, it's almost to me an offset, you know, when that does get reimbursed back, so, I don't know.
I just think we need lots of needs in our city, and to spend 31,000 on something that, I don't know, I'm having a hard time with that amount of money. Like, that's a lot of money when we decided early in the year not to do other things.
Councilman Casperson, you said it said what, 90 days, with a notice of 90 days?
Mhm.
So then, you know, we're in November, so that puts us December, January, February.
Terminates in July.
I mean, we're already partway into the year. I mean, the invoice came to us, I don't know why it came to us in December. Well, because the budget year started in July anyway.
I think it came in October, but then we had to figure out if we still owed it, you know, all those kind of things, but we'll certainly take your lead on it. I don't.
April.
I see what you're saying is we're gonna be paying anyways, probably 3/4 of it, is what you're saying anyways.
Yeah.
It's probably not worth the bad blood to piss off anyone. It's still,
You're looking at 4 months early.
but your concept is correct, and I think we want to do that in the budget. We need to look at some of these things. We're going to talk about the SRO agreement later today, which is, you know, all of these things were good at the time, but we need to make sure we're looking at these things, and do they still benefit Washington City? Are they still something that we want to continue? Because as we grow, we can take on more of these items on our own. So probably once we started doing YouTube, that was a good time to go back to them at that point and say, maybe we're not getting the full value that we used to get, at least renegotiate or something. So I think certainly as we go through the budget, we want to scrutinize those agreements. Anytime there's money leaving our budget that can be used for our residents and going into some larger pot, let's make sure that we're getting the value that we need out of those.
Yeah, I think going forward, because, you know, I didn't really know about this agreement. Sometimes there's agreements that are made that predate, and then they have a term on it, but then you don't know all of the details of all the agreements. So I do like what Councilman Coates has brought up, to have us be able to go through and, you know, have the agreements and the different sponsorships, or, you know, money that is going towards different entities, and see if we want to continue those.
There are a decent amount. I mean, thinking right offhand, we do waste treatment, that's an interlocal agreement. We do, you know, solid waste, that's an interlocal agreement. We do dispatch for police and fire, that's interlocal. So there are
7 or 8. maybe
Am I
8 or
hearing
10.
that the council would like to just kind of have a list of and review those interlocal agreements that
We're
we
happy
have?
to do that. That's what I would recommend. I mean, those ones, like, those make sense, right? All our sewage goes down to their treatment plant, and, I mean, it makes sense on some of those. And these things can pop up. We just need to better understand where we have those and where we can save, you know.
Well,
if-
and there
if-
I think there was a time when there was value in this, but that time changed and we kind of thought we were done. So it's hard to have a bill after you feel like you were done. And I know how closely you watch the budget, Councilman Casperson, and I appreciate that about you. So I'm leaving this entirely up to you. The point is well taken, though, that even if we, on the next meeting, voted to remove from the interlocal agreement, we might save a fourth of that amount. And your question is well taken. At this point, is it worth the, you know, is it worth maybe hurting some feelings over that, or do we just?
Well, it's not
Or do
even,
we just
it's not even
term-
the fillings, it's just holding our obligation to our term, and we're in our term. But I just wish something like this would have been brought up to us, you know, a couple years ago if we didn't see the need, right? And it might have just slipped through the cracks.
I
It's
know we
just-
did talk about it 3 years ago, and then we just, because we were questioning this, is there value, is there not value? And then we just must have.
Yeah, and there's lots of things in the budget that, you know, we don't know every little tiny detail, and this is one that, things that aren't directly affected our city, I really want to see those on a list, so we can say, okay, is this valued? Interlocal for the sewage, yes, that's valuable. I'd hate to turn off the tap there, we'd have a big sewage problem, so.
But even in those, we want to make sure that we're still paying our share and that those haven't changed and that, you know, we're looking at those agreements all the time to make sure that they don't need to be rewritten.
Just like we adjusted the police one for our schools just recently, or, you know, going to.
Jeremy, do you, is that something that you and your staff can do, is just kind of look at what interlocal agreements we have and just kind of review those? And if there's any that you feel like need to come to the council, let me know. Is that something you're happy to do, or?
Yes, yeah, we're happy to do that. And we'll highlight them in the budget as well.
Yeah, just for our upcoming budget meeting, I think it'd be appropriate.
I do too. Okay. Brian, is there anything else part of your presentation?
And that's everything.
Okay, thank you, Brian. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item? I'm going to open the public hearing now and invite you to come forward if you'd like to speak to this budget amendment. Seeing no one come forward for this item, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn to you, council, for any further discussion and/or a motion on approving the budget amendment as outlined.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the resolution amending the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
A second by Councilman Henderson. This is a resolution, so we'll go roll call, starting with Councilmember Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
The budget resolution is approved unanimously. We'll move on to item 8, ordinances. I will make note that on these ordinances, the public hearings have already taken place at the Planning Commission level. Item 8A, this is consideration to approve the required phasing plan, building elevations and maps showing the electrical landscape easement for previously approved ordinance 2024-23 for zone change Z-24-06 located at approximately 1050 North Main Street. City Planner Eldon Gibb, will you pick back up on this item and present to the council?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant has updated the PUDR plan showing the 28-foot power easement adjacent to Washington Parkway, updated the elevations of the building to include jogs and breaks in the roof line and floor plan, and have also included a detailed phasing plan. In regards to the phasing plan, condition 12 requires landscaping adjacent to Main Street and the parkway to be installed prior to any building permits being issued in phase 2. The applicant is planning to make the Main Street roadway improvements with phase 1. However, they are proposing that the landscaping next to the roadway be installed with each phase as shown in the phasing plan. The applicant has also added attached shade canopies to the back of the units, which are in limited common area, And these canopies will need to meet building and fire code requirements. That's the updated report. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have.
Council, what questions do you have for the city planner?
As far as the landscape along the roadway, is that per agreement or is that city code?
It's per standard, what we've done in the past.
It seems to me like it would be maybe a little more advantageous to do the landscaping all at once rather than having landscaping in that may be driven over, or if there were other contractors doing it later on or something like that. So any other changes other than see the landscape? Okay, so that would be on Washington Parkway and Main Street?
Yes.
Both?
Correct.
Well, what's the reason? Do you know the reason why that?
Staff would like to, that landscaping come in with phase one as we've done in the past. They're proposing to break it off with each phase. I believe there's finances.
Can you point that on the map for the council?
So that dark red area is phase one. That's Main Street. Going to the left will take you up to the intersection of the Parkway.
Is that not the landscaping area, or does that not go deep enough?
It does not go deep enough. That's just the roadway improvement.
Okay.
You can see the gap there between the units.
Okay.
Is that landscaping there?
So that's just the roadway, and is there a sidewalk?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The roadway and sidewalk improvement. Yeah, did that answer your question?
So constructability wise, I can.
Hold on just one second. Councilman,
Answered. I just wanted to know the reason why the applicant's asking. Maybe they can answer that, but just want to know the reason. If it's to have a better end product, then I think we should listen to what they're suggesting.
Okay. Councilman Coates?
I'll wait for the applicant and then talk to them.
Okay. Eldon, anything else on your staff report?
The amenities as well, just want to highlight that, the sequencing of the amenities. Typically, we've had those build out at 33%, which is, I think, 55 units here. You can see them broken down, what they're planning to do there. And I'll just refer to council to make the decision on that.
Will you explain, just for a refresher, on how the applicant is currently proposing the phasing plan? I mean, we see the phasing plan with the build out of the units, but how is the applicant presenting to have the amenities coincide with the phasing plan?
There's a chart here that's color schemed to fit what they're planning to do.
Just take us through each phase, maybe.
Okay, phase one is the red, the deep red. It includes 23 units, and then the amenity that would come in with that is kind of the pinkish color, which includes a pavilion, some sod area, and the pool area. Phase two does not include, phase two color is green, does not include any amenity improvements. Phase three is the orange color, does not include any amenity improvements. Phase four is the blue color and includes the
I feel like we need a Crayola box to get the right colors here. We call that like seafoam green.
Yes, the playground area, kind of the green area, which is 94 units complete, roughly about 58% of the project would be built out. And then phase five, the deep blue, which yeah, is the pickleball area. Sorry, just deciphering this here is the pickleball area, and then that's 127 units, 79% complete. And then the last of the amenities is the dog park in the back northeastern corner.
And I should know this, but are you saying that those amenities would be done before that commensurate phase starts, or once that phase is completed and before the next phase starts?
It would be at the last unit in that phase, so commencement of that phase.
Say that again. I'm not sure I understand.
Amenities would need to be complete with the last unit of that phase.
Before the last unit of the phase gets a CO?
Certificate of occupancy. Yes.
So the pool would come in phase 1 then?
Yes, with 23 units would be required to be completed.
Before
at
the 23rd unit gets a CO?
Yes.
The only reason we're kind
Sure,
of
go
bringing
ahead.
this up, if you don't mind, Mayor, is that most of the PUDs you've done in the past, you wanted all the amenities done at 25 or 33% of the whole project. You wanted all the amenities. That's why we're only bringing this up. So this is what they're proposing, but and we've told the applicant that, and we just want the council to be aware. That's why we're bringing it up. You're hitting phases 4, 5, and 6. Which is at the tail end of finishing all the amenities. We want you to be aware of that decision.
So, council, it's more comments from my end. I agree with Drew. We've been consistent about 1/3, 33% is when we require all the amenities. I think this is a lot bigger project than some of those projects, so maybe there's some flexibility in there. But I do think it's important that we get, what they've proposed, I think we need to be a little more aggressive than that. I'm a little concerned you're over 50% and you're still hanging on to just a pool area. No, not very big grass areas, and you have almost 80 units there without any significant. I think it's more important to land more of the 25 to 30% on these amenities. And if it gets phased a little different, I don't know, but I just think it's important to keep consistent with what we've done on all the other PUDs in the city, of more of amenities for these people who are gonna live here to use, because they don't have yards, they don't have those things. They need areas to go play. And the closest park to here is Veterans Park, which is a good one, but they just don't have the yards. So these children and families need places to go. So I think they need to be built sooner than later.
Thank you, Councilman. Additional comment on this before I invite the applicant's representative to come forward. Councilman Henderson.
I was just gonna say, this makes sense to me. It's a big project and it's spread out a little bit. And so sometimes when we talk about landscaping phase, landscaping or doing amenities over in phase 5 and 6, when we're just at phase 1 or phase 2, I think sometimes you get the cart before the horse. Before they start doing any dirt work or activity over there, we're wanting them to do landscaping or amenities. So, I can see what we're saying, but this thing's kind of spread out.
The good thing, it's already graded. Half of it's built on this.
Yeah, part of it is, but
up Main Street.
Top part, yeah.
No, it's pretty close. I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But part of it has to do with the money situation too. We really want these because these are pretty much affordable townhomes for sale.
Which is different to the last approval, or the current approval, but not the previous.
To me is really attractive, and so, I'd like to say, get these things started, get them for sale so the kids in our area can have something to look at to buy. So I think it's gonna be really nice, and I love the changes that were made. So the elevations look pretty sharp, I think, so.
If I could just make one clarifying comment here. Phase 1 amenities, there's a note there that those will be completed by the 55th unit, which pushes them back farther. You see that the bottom note there, it says includes pool, adjacent grass pavilion, adjacent trail to be completed by the 55th C of O.
I think it's important to kind of hook on to what Councilman Henderson said, is that we have a mandate from the governor to get some housing built. So maybe we need to start streamlining some of our processes, because it makes sense to me as well that as big as this project is, there's really some logistics we may not fully understand right now. Just like with the landscaping, if just going to have a better end product. I have no doubt that they're going to build it. It's a great group that's building it. They're going to do it the way they said they are. And I think that building it according to kind of what, maybe not exactly what they're suggesting, but I think giving consideration for that, I think it makes sense to me. And I agree. We need to get these built and get them going. And they've turned back some great elevations. I think that was great work on their part to accommodate the city on that, so.
One comment on the landscaping.
Go ahead.
I think one of the things that we've seen in the past, and I'm not saying that I think this applicant would do that, but when you go and you put in all the road with the sidewalk and everything, it disturbs a lot, and then we get a lot of weeds growing. And so I think, the applicant would at least consider to keeping those weeds down, because we get a lot of big weeds growing.
I think we should do a strip. I'm not saying go all the way to the buildings, because there's going to be disturbance as they build the units, but I'd like to see a 5-foot strip of some rock or something to keep it off.
You're thinking just 5-foot landscape strip to just
to, and I would actually even entertain not putting plants in right now, because that is a weird stretch along the road, but do 5 foot of the same landscape rock. It might get wasted during construction, but at least there's something to hold down the weeds and keep off our city sidewalk. That's my recommendation, if that's the direction. You can come up.
Hold on, I'll invite him up just a sec, Wes. Further discussion before I invite the applicant or the applicant's representative forward? Thank you. Anything else, Eldon? Okay, are we doing Wes first and then Rick? Come on forward, Wes, and just state your name for the record, and you've heard the conversation. Give us some of your feedback.
Yeah, okay, Wes Davis. As far as the Main Street landscape improvements, we're planning on doing all of Main Street with phase 1, all the way up along Main Street. So all the red will be done once, which includes the landscaping. So phase 1 will have all the landscaping done. It's not going to be phased. Everything along Main Street.
We should have had you come up 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes
ago. That's why I was saying, hey, I can probably put a rest of that discussion. And then as far as the other improvements, it is just logistically. I mean, we're starting in phase 1 to do the dog park all the way up in the other corner to bring up water and infrastructure and everything up there. Just doesn't really make sense. And so we're trying to streamline as much as we can without really getting way out ahead of it and having to run water and other improvements in areas that are going to be dug up later on as we're going through additional phases of construction.
Clarify just a little bit. When I was asking staff, they said Main Street with sidewalk, and we were thinking no landscape. Are you thinking 5 feet or more than 5 feet? What kind of landscape along Main Street? Because to me, that's kind of a big deal.
That would be, he would have the exact measurements on all that.
All right. Anything else, Wes, that you want to ask?
No, any other questions?
This is your time as the applicant, so questions for the applicant here.
So Wes, you know, we've known you a lot of years. We're trying to figure out, it's a lot of phases, right, on the amenities. And I hope you know where I come from is I just want places for these people to play, right?
Sure.
So where are we gonna go? I mean, there's a pool, right? It's a pretty small pool when it comes to full build out of, you got 100 and something residents at that point to just have a pool. So I'm hoping for a little more before we get to that phase. You know, you phase 1, phase 2, you're pretty much needing some grass area, and there's some little grass area, but where can we get some playable ground for these guys that isn't a waste from, like, I don't want you to put in a bunch, you have to tear it out and redo it, right? Like, I don't want you to waste money, I want you to be efficient, but I'm looking for areas, you know, is there a playground we can put in or something for these kids to play on? I mean, there's some PUDs that we've made them put in the playground, and I tell you, kids use them like crazy, these small playgrounds for these small kids with some grass. I think that's beneficial. The older kids are gonna go drive somewhere and do whatever, right? But it's these little kids that are, they can hop on.
They're going to go shut down Main Street and play hockey along Main Street there.
I'm concerned with that.
No, we're willing to open and kind of look at what some of the, because we don't want to put it in and pull it back out and then put it back in again, right? We're in the same mindset there. I think there is a grass area there along the blue section at the end of that cul-de-sac that we could maybe incorporate. That would be on, what are the lots?
Is there like a place?
155 through 160, and there is a grass area right there at the end of phase 1 on the cul-de-sac, just coming in front of the pool. So there are some areas there already. But
I'm just wondering if we have a smaller playground, something to help with the little kids. I'm not saying, like, I know those are all really expensive when you get into the commercial size, but something to have more than, like, I'd rather see a playground than a pavilion personally. But that's, I mean, it's your project. I'm just thinking if we're pushing off that playground till clear down at the 100th unit.
Stay up here, Wes. Get your thoughts together. Rick, you painted the phases. Respond to the council's questions about the phasing and just kind of their desire to say, hey, we want some amenities maybe before it's too late.
Thank you, council. I feel
And just
for-
state your name one more time.
Oh, Rick Meyer, with Bush and Gudgel. I feel for Eldon trying to make sense of my harebrained ideas here. We've got a kind of a combination of phases by CO and then phases by, amenities by CO and then amenities by phases of completion. And so it's just the first one, the pool will be done by the 55th CO, which is the first two phases of buildings, in other words. And then the rest of them are done by phases of improvements of that phase. So in other words, to get the phase 2 improvements will be done by the phase 4 site improvements. So when we build that cul-de-sac, the park will go in. And then the rest of it will be done by the time we get the, the phase 5 improvements in, done and built. So in other words, to get the park in, we can only CO like 3 phases of the subdivision before we get the park in.
Can you just define the park?
That in the green there?
The seafoam green?
Mm-hmm, yep.
Why so many phases?
Just as is market driven, there's a lot of units in here and they didn't want to bring, a ton of lots or units
For
on.
sale, and they're reasonably economical. I'd be surprised if you needed that many phases. My guess is you probably have them sold or in line to be sold pretty quick.
You're right, they probably won't.
Right, if we can sell them, we want to move through them as quickly as we can and make them as affordable as we can, so if we can move faster, then we'll move faster. If the market isn't there for it, then we'll go at the pace of the market, because we hate to get into a project that has units sitting or vacant or not selling, and so
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I don't have a problem with the phasing on the amenities like you guys have proposed, right? Just to phase them in as those sections. I guess my only concern with with doing 5 or 6 phases versus 2 or 3 phases is you got construction equipment and kids, and those never mix, right? They're out there trying to ride dirt bikes or something, and making jumps on your road base. And I do appreciate the upgraded elevation. That's significantly better than what came in last time, especially for curb appeal from outside the project.
Thank you.
So the one comment, well, not one, because I say lots of comments.
Another one.
Another
The
comment
next
I
one.
have. So, Councilman Belston just mentioned the phasing, doing the one park and then going behind it and build again. I mean, I'd love to see at the end of phase 4, we have the entire park. Maybe not the one in the top left there, the dog park. I get that. Do that with phase 6. That makes sense. But maybe the rest of it at the end of phase 4, which is pretty much 2/3 of your project, instead of pushing it off till phase 5. And I'd like to see the pool done at the end of phase 1. So they have something, not at the end of 23 units, not the phase 2. Because that's the 55 units, is those 2 phases. I'd like to see the pool first off with some grass, and then at the end of phase 4, you do the park. Just because of constructability, maybe it makes sense to do it all at once. But so you have 2 phases of this amenity, and not, or I guess a 3 is phase 1 is the pool, phase 2 is all the remainder of the park, and the phase 3 of the amenity is the artificial turf for the dog park.
There are financial considerations here on the phasing. I mean, what's hard is sometimes when a developer comes in and council starts making suggestions about projects, and developers in their eagerness to get projects approved, sometimes they agree to things that they don't really understand, maybe or know fully the financial impacts of those decisions.
Yeah,
So
there's always
are
financial
there,
consideration, right?
Talking to that, Mike West.
I say there's always financial considerations. It's not a blank check, and we've got to be as economically smart as we can. As far as the phasing goes, I think everything except for the dog park would probably be done by the time it starts phase 5. And so, and I would propose to have the dog park just come in when phase 6 starts. That would probably make the most sense since it's back tucked in the corner.
I think that's what I'm proposing, is that if we get what I was proposing is that we get the pool and some grass and maybe a little area more that can put a smaller playground, and then you can build all those units all the way through phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and before you sell a unit in phase 5, you get the parks done. So it just pushes off a little bit on the bigger, but then you have a smaller area. So I'm trying to work.
Yeah, I think that's what we're proposing, so yeah.
You're actually showing the one smaller part coming on the front sooner, and I'm saying instead of by the blue, by phase 4, you have that one coming on sooner.
With phase 3 and 4 have the pickleball court and the playground, that whole area, I guess the yellow and the foam green or whatever.
It's hard to
the
tell,
mayor
there's too many
called it.
greens going on. You have the tannish green, and then you have the.
I tell you, we need a box of Crayola crayons here.
Are you talking this whole area here?
Yeah, I'm talking that whole area, but
phase
instead of putting the
4,
playground
phase 3
in,
and 4 come in.
maybe move and do something smaller down here or something to get a playground sooner than later. Have that done in phase 1, and then 2, 3, and 4, just you'll have to have the park completed before those are finished, before you start phase 5. That's what I'm proposing. Just, it pushes off some of the bigger park stuff, but you'd have to do the pool in a little playground area more for the kids. I don't know.
Park would come in
whenever.
At phase 5 or 6 when we're,
after 5 and 6.
Before
once we're that area.
before you get to some CO in the phase 6.
Here's where I see us at, council and applicant, and correct me if I'm wrong. But I see 2 of these 3 requirements like done, and 1 really close to being done. I see the elevations, you respond to exactly what the council asked for. They're great. I see it easy to identify, Rick, like you have the electrical landscape easement. And then right now, I think we're finding a reasonable, fair phasing plan. And so I think if we can just find a way to help you tell us what works for you, that works good for us, and that's what we want, that works for both parties, I think we're about there. I personally love to hear that you're going to landscape a little bit up Main. So
all of Main.
Yeah, up Main.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I don't know how we want to clearly define what you and the council and staff can understand on the amenity that follow the phasing plan. I think the phasing plan, we're fine with it. I think we just need to kind of find a way to clearly identify what amenities come when that works for both parties.
Okay.
And I think maybe you can tell us, because it sounds like you've responded and said that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
And then Drew, if you can just kind of make note too and help us make sure we're understanding the same thing.
So I think as proposed, right, we're saying, and I guess let's clarify, most of the improvements are in for phases 1 and 2. So you're saying by the time we get through the CO for the last unit in phase 1, final building built, final CO, the pool needs to have been started. Completed, okay?
So that those residents can use that facility.
And then you're saying for the next, once we get to phases 3 and 4, proposing that by the time the final unit in 4 is completed, that the improvements in foam, green, and yellow need to be completed.
Yeah, before you start phase 5.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can live with that. And then phase 6, the dog park.
I mean, you're not doing it, right?
Yeah.
Kurt doing it?
Well, we're doing it.
And then just, we know you, but state your name again,
Kurt
just because
Hansen.
the recorder, good to see you, Kurt.
We're jumping back and forth between COs and horizontal.
This is important to clarify.
So we're going to clarify CO, because isn't that what you would rather see, Jeremy, is by CO, or would you rather be 4? You tell me. We've gone back and forth over the years.
The problem is that you get a property done, waiting for CO, and the amenity's not done, and then it puts staff in a tough position.
The problem is then you have people ready to move in, and
then it's the city's fault.
Then I would say before we can pull the next construction CDs.
Permit in phase.
Building
In the
permit.
next
Then
phase.
let's do it off building permit.
Building permit for
So you
next
can go,
phase.
you can go build, so an example, you could go build, say your park's almost done but not done, you could build all the streets and everything for phase 5, but you can't pull a building permit for phase 5 until the park is done and signed. Does that make sense?
Rick, speak in
Yeah.
speak in the mic.
Let me just, I think everybody's going, let me just put it simple, I think. There's 94 units in phases 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Sounds like they want everything done between the yellow and the blue over here on the amenity at the C of O of number 94. That's what I think that is.
Well, that's CO.
See, we've always done it C of O just to kind of help a little bit more. So it's like the 94th.
That's where we've had problems, is that someone's got a house, they're ready to move in, and we're like, well,
It's your department, Drew. You make the call. You tell us.
And I like it better because it gives them the most flexibility. And I'm not saying that's what we should always do, but.
Just do it all at once. Then we don't have a.
Well, there is a point that, I mean, it has been proven, and I've had developers stand here and say this.
So
when you put all the amenities in, their project sells faster than they normally would without them. They've all proven it.
That's true.
That it does. And I think everybody would agree on that. Now, whether you.
And we understand the financial situation right now, so we're trying to work with you and push off some, but get some more.
Sure.
I think the thing that, like, what scenario happens if in phase 3 you only build half those units and you want to jump in 5? Is there any scenario that happens? Or, like, say you only build like that 8-plex and then you say, well, I don't want to build the other plex, but I'd rather build, I don't know, I'm just asking if there's ever a scenario to jump from
The plan is
phase.
to follow the phases, right? I don't know
Okay.
the future of, I mean, I can't, I mean.
You say most of the improvements are already in for phase 1 and 2 already?
1 and 2 of our underground has already been done in the previous.
The improvements are in, why don't you just make that one phase?
That's what the plan
And
is.
3 and 4, make that a phase.
The idea is to keep your options open.
Yeah, so 1 and 2 are being treated very much like a single phase because the underground's already done for them. We're buying it as a partially completed project, right? And so, but getting back, I think mostly what we're doing here is passing each other in the air. So the way that, and we're talking about C of Os versus during improvements, when I say improvements, talk about the roads and the infrastructure. So the way that Rick has this drawn up is that everything you're proposing to be completed by the time we reach the final C of O of phase 4, we have proposed to be completed with the improvements for phase 5, which is going to be done actually before our final C of O in phase 4, because we're gonna have phase 5 done and ready to start building before we're out of things to sell in phase 4. So I think mostly what we're doing is passing each other in the air, and we're really close to the same page, but we're measuring it slightly differently as far as like the benchmarks here on this proposal versus, and we're not translating it to C of O really, I guess. And then another thing, well, no, that's basically it. So when we do the horizontal improvements, when we do the development for phase 5, at that time, when we're ready to start pulling permits, the amenity improvements will also be done.
Park minus the dog park. The
Pretty
dog
much,
parks.
when we're ready to start building phase 5 and pulling permits for phase 5, the only thing that's left to do as far as amenities go is the dog park in the northeast corner.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it reads clearly on there, but that's the intention of what we put on the paper.
You may not have all your COs for phase 4
Yeah,
at
so
that time anyway.
what you're proposing with the COs in phase 4, the last CO being the final CO in phase 4 before we can proceed, is actually further down the road than what we proposed. Because we could potentially have phase 5, done, and ready to start construction before we actually get all the COs on phase 4.
I get what you're saying. I think we want to change it.
Normalize the language somehow, I guess.
Pulling building permits though instead of. So let's forget COs for just a minute.
Okay.
Let's just go off pulling building permits. You're going to pull a building permit as per phase as you need, right? 1, then 2, then 3, then 4 for all the units in those.
Yeah.
Before you pull a building permit on phase 5, the park has to be done. Does that make sense? That's what I'm proposing.
Basically the same thing, yeah.
But it's different when you say CO, because then if we allow you to do CO and
Yeah,
say
we
that.
didn't ask for CO. I think we're proposing CO is how planning has usually talked about it. We're actually talking about it in terms of phasing of development.
Okay.
It's essentially the same thing. It's just talking about it in a different way.
You can't get your building permit if you don't do your phase 5 improvements, right?
Well, you can't, but I'm just saying you can't even you can do your phase 5 improvements, but you can't pull a building permit for any of those lots until your park's done and you're done.
Yep. Which is
Saying the same thing, I think that's clear.
Question is what are, we keep talking phase 5 improvements. I don't know of any improvements, as we've been talking, that phase 5 is linked to other than its homes.
Streets, curbs, utilities.
That's what I'm saying. It's
No,
just.
do you mean amenities?
It's not the amenity. I think.
There's no amenity. Everything's for.
Right, and that's why I think the discussion, this needs to be on the amenities.
That's what we mean. They've been
Yeah.
saying improvements. We mean amenities.
That's what I'm saying. There are no amenities on 5. They'll.
Saying before they can pull a building permit on 5, they have to be done with all their amenities except the dog park, because that's just attached to phase 6 anyways. But I think the thing that is important to me is that in phase 1, which is really phase 1 and phase 2 is what you're saying, we need to get that pool up and going as soon as, we need an area for the community as soon as we can.
So can you just clarify then on the pool? Are you saying that before you pull a permit on phase 3, you have a permit, you have the pool done?
Yeah, the plan is to start the pool at the same time as vertical construction on phase 1.
But you want to be able to
That's the plan.
move forward with phase 1 and 2, but before you pull a permit on phase 3, the pool will be done. You move forward with phase 3 and 4 before you pull a permit on phase 5, the remainder is done.
That's all correct. And the reason that phase 1 and phase 2 are kind of like made fungible
Makes
is that
sense.
they're already in the ground.
Yeah, we drive by it, we see it. We're really excited about this project, by the way. And I hope that just a little bit of interaction right now makes it really better and clearer going forward.
So yeah, I think we're all.
I'm
actually
kind
on
of
the
filling
same
out
page.
you
We're
and my
very similar
council at the
page.
same time. Council, I'm kind of seeing nods, like this makes sense for everybody. Councilman Henderson?
I was gonna say that makes sense. I mean, I'm fine with what they have. If we need to make those benchmarks, the ones that you just said sound great to me. Sounds like they make sense to you too, so.
We want you to feel like you're treated fairly, and we want the staff to have clear, so that you guys can just move forward and know what your milestones are to hit.
Yeah, and on the plan itself, I don't know if we need to change the language or if we can approve it now with this, but the way that we talk about it on the plan is we're completing these amenities with our side improvements for a given phase. And so, again, that happens before we pull building permits on those phases, obviously.
I think what I'm looking for, council, in the motion is that the pool area done prior to phase 3 building permit pulled, and the rest of the amenities done before minus the dog park before a building permit's pulled in phase 5. And is that a fair, summary?
So staff, how do you want us to word that so that when we're all here in a year arguing about it because we all misunderstood each other is what happens?
No, I'm actually fine going that, because that gives, that's putting more pressure on them, to complete that at 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Asking I'm ready to make a motion if
it
is.
Just say that phases 1 and 2, the pool will be done by the end of phase 2.
By the permits for phase 3, right?
Before they can pull a building permit.
Yeah, that's fine too. Because you may not sell every home out in 2. And that's good, because then they're coming in quicker than based on the homes themselves. So I'm fine with that. So the pool comes with phase 1 and 2. And I'm just giving you a kind of thing. Start phase 3 till the pool and that area is done.
Can't pull a building permit for.
Pull a building permit.
But they can do side improvements and the rest.
Encourage them to, because then it's moving.
Yeah. Now go to the next
Same
level.
language would be for
phase 5.
the rest of, the amenities on this side minus the dog park before a building permit is pulled in 5. You've got it.
We've all said it in different ways. I think we got it. Councilman Coates, you can take a stab on this one.
Brought it together.
I'm going to try.
Councilman Bellison, you have a comment?
So they got a planning plan in here. Does that need to be in there? Because it doesn't match. I mean, it's kind of a stupid little thing, but.
A what plan?
There's a planting.
Planting?
plan.
Oh, you mean over here right here?
It doesn't match your amenities, and it doesn't even.
Usually our rule of thumb, this is good with the council, our rule of thumb is that when you have a completed C of O, whatever it is, the landscaping has to be done in that particular part. Same thing would be up in that area, the landscaping would be finished with the amenity area.
I think the important things we're approving is a playground, pickleball court, these.
And that's what we're looking at is the planning plan where it doesn't match that. Does it need to stay in there or just?
It should come at the same, as those are all finished. That's what I expect, and I hope you guys are good with that. It's just, you wouldn't want to come back and do it after.
We would expect a similar layout of plants just around your.
That was put there just for more context. It does, so the what you're comparing it to, like the phasing plan doesn't quite match. It got out of sync a little bit, right? So that,
These don't match. I mean,
Yeah, exactly,
it's
that's what I'm
not
saying.
showing a pool, the amenities are made up
Yeah,
different.
this plan is different.
yeah, that's the older one.
Close,
We
but
put
it's-
it in there just for context
Yeah.
of the
Okay, and
I'm good.
landscaping.
Fine by me.
But I'm gonna expect the landscaping to be done when that amenity, the pickleball court, the sand vault, all of that, when that's done, the landscaping around it will be done as well.
Correct.
We're not going to talk about specific plants to plant, but we are going to make a motion to get this thing approved so you guys can go to work. Councilman Coates, can you summarize that and get a motion on the
I
table?
didn't suggest that, just so you know, I was just kind of joking. But
If we're gonna talk plants, let's get it, no. I'm just kidding.
I just said we're not. I think we're ready for
Yeah,
a
but we
motion.
always wanna do what the opposite you wanna do.
I know.
Mayor,
You
I'll
think
make
you
a
have a
motion
heart
that-
on that and try being in the middle seat here.
I'm good.
I'll make a motion that we approve the required phasing plan, building elevations map showing the for approved ordinance 2024-23 for zone change Z-24-06 located at approximately 150 North Main Street with the findings and conditions provided by staff plus the clarification on the amenity improvements. Well, first, the clarification that the applicant agreed to put the landscaping along all of Main Street as part of Phase 1. And then the second thing is that Phase 1 and 2, the pool and the grass area around the pool will be completed before they pull the first building permit on Phase 3. The remaining park areas that are in the sea green and yellow green, park areas, pickleball courts, volleyball, playground area, will be completed before they pull the first building permit in Phase 5. And the dog park will be completed before they
Permit in phase 6.
Yeah, I was just thinking if we should, it'll be completed before Phase 6 is complete, or at the end of Phase 6.
Do you understand the motion?
Understood.
Council understand the motion? Is there any further discussion on this, or if not, I'm happy to have a second on this item.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Casperson. It's an ordinance, so we'll go roll call, starting with Councilmember Henderson. Coates. Ivy. Casperson. Belliston. That is approved unanimously. Thanks for working with us. Thanks for bringing back those elevations, and it's going to be a great project.
Mayor, can I make a comment? here at
Councilman
this
Ivey.
point? So I think what we've learned from this project is that maybe we need some training or some type of a ordinance or policy so that we understand that when a project comes through staff and then through planning commission, that the council is kind of in line with what they're suggesting. So ask them to look for those elevations and stuff, maybe further down the line, because that was a needed, a good improvement. Just maybe some correlation there so that we don't step on our toes again.
I think that's a fair point. I think the council,
I think it's a great point. I think the problem is that's what they presented our staff. So you can't blame our staff.
Isolate it going forward so that we can maybe help them not to make that mistake again.
and I tell you, just on the heels of that, I just want to commend the staff review process and the planning commission process. You guys are working so hard, and I know you are taking the lead from this council. There are so many things that have come up as priorities. I think about trails. I think about there's a number of things that you follow this council. I know this is just one more thing, but I just really appreciate it. I think we're just saying, hey, give us a little depth on those elevations, but mostly what we want to say is just thank you. You guys work so hard on reviewing. The process is so good. We really appreciate it, and sometimes we just have a little final. We just kind of want to put where are those cupcakes? We just kind of want to put the icing on it a little bit and have our final contribution. But I think they hear us loud and clear. Item 8B, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-24-07 to rezone 0.45 acres from R18 to I2, located at 1350 East Washington Dam Road. The applicant is our friends at Rosenberg Associates. And once again, the city planner, Eldon Gibb, will present to the council on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This requested change is from the current zoning of R18 to a proposed I2. The request is to unify the zoning on the parcel and allow the current industrial use to expand as shown in the general plan. This particular location has a general plan land use of industrial. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is industrial to the south, west, and north, and residential 8,000 square foot lots to the east. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as it is in line with the general plan. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on November 6, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of Z-24-07 for the zone change request from R18 to the proposed I2, and that was based on the findings. That concludes staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Eldon?
Is there any comments for planning or public? That I didn't see any, but.
We had quite a few online comments.
Are you here for this item? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm going to give you a moment to speak because that's what this council wants. Eldon, why don't you give us a summary of some of those online comments?
Bullet point list, hours of operation, noise, and expanding the use of industrial into the residential were the highlight of the comments.
Okay. Councilman Henderson.
May I ask a question? Now, this is A-Trust, right? A-Trust property. I mean, my understanding that's been used as an industrial use for probably 25 years, right? Have they been parking equipment and built trusses and things like that currently? Is that what they've been using it for?
Yeah, it's been used as industrial. They're doing us a favor and making it to conform with zoning, and eventually would like to build a building in this area.
Okay.
Councilman Ivey.
Mayor, I don't know if we need more discussion on this or not. If not, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm ready for a motion too, but based on kind of council feedback, I am going to give this resident an option to speak. I'm just taking the mayor liberty. The public hearing has already occurred, but I'm doing this as a courtesy. If you'll just state your name and make some succinct comments, be happy to hear you. Come on forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First of all, I
and just your name real quick.
My name's Sean Hennessy. I'm the homeowner at 1598 South Aspen Way. So if you're looking at that map, you see the pool in the corner.
That's you.
My home's to the right.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome, Sean.
As mentioned, my name is Sean Hennessy, and my family and I are residents of Washington City here in the Scenic Sunrise subdivision. And our property borders the parcel currently under review for zoning ordinance change involving A-Trust development. We appreciate the opportunity to express our concerns regarding this proposal. As a community, we understand that living near an industrial area means some level of daytime noise is certainly expected. And we do not raise this as a primary issue. Our concern, and that of many of our neighbors, centers around the consistent and disruptive noise occurring in the late evening and early morning hours, specifically between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. in the morning. The noise, which includes loud banging and music played by A-Trust development employees, has persisted for years and continues to impact our quality of life, causing sleepless nights and ongoing frustration. Although we recognize that stopping the zoning ordinance change may be challenging, and we're probably well past that stage, our priority is to see this late night noise level significantly reduced or eliminated. The document from Rosenberg and Associates, which I brought with me here, stipulates that the 0.45 acre area proposed for rezoning currently lacks structures, but will include a building addition as well as additional utility and access improvements. Given the noise issues we already experience, we are concerned about how these changes might impact the current noise levels going forward. To this end, we respectfully request the council's guidance on measures that can be implemented to control the late night noise originating from A-Trust development. We would also like to understand any specific noise ordinances or regulations that A-Trust development must adhere to outside of regular business hours to ensure residents are not being disturbed during the early morning hours. We thank you for your attention to this matter and considering our well-being of the residents as part of your decision-making process. We look forward to hearing how the council plans to address these concerns.
Thank you, Sean. Well said, well spoken.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I recommend that Sean gives his contact information to Eldon or someone here so that we can address those issues? I don't know that we can do it right now.
Absolutely.
At the meeting.
This is
but
Eldon.
We'd be happy to address.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sean, if you want to give those comments to Eldon right here.
Can we ask what the ordinance is right now for noise ordinance? Do we know?
Chief, are you prepared to talk about that at all, or is that more of a planning and zoning?
I would, because we're not prepared, I would hate to talk about it in a public meeting. I'd rather you, if you could give us time to.
I like that, and
prepare
I think
those.
that's what the resident asked for, is that we circle back on it. So Sean, we'll circle back on that. I want you to know that this council hears your concerns. They recognize, like as you pointed, that you live next to an industrial area, but you recognize that normal business hours aren't 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., and that's your specific concern. It's duly noted. Council, do you feel any need to hear from the applicant on this item, or are you ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion, but Mayor, can I just
Go
make
ahead,
a
Councilman.
comment? I'd just like to say, sir, that was some of the most well-prepared comments I've heard since I've been on the council, and I appreciate you being so well-prepared and coming and expressing your concern, so.
Thank you. Like I said, I would have been there last week. I was on business in Seattle, Washington, so I just want to take my due diligence and come back here today to speak.
Yeah, you got
Very
more
well
bang for
done.
your buck tonight anyway. All right, Chief, you're out of the hot seat. Thank you for being here, but I don't think my council wants to hear from you, and I've got Councilman Ivy chomping at the bit to make a motion.
I'm going to
We defer to Councilman Henderson.
He asked for it last, so
I can do it. Let's see, I make a motion that we approve an ordinance for a zone change Z-24-07 to rezone 0.45 acres from R18 to I2 located at 1350 East Washington Dam Road.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Henderson. Is there a second from my right side, my far right side?
Second.
You gotta get Second by Councilman Coates. Ordinance will go roll call, starting with Councilmember Coates, Ivy, Casperson,
Aye.
Belliston, Henderson.
Aye.
That zone change is approved unanimously. Item 8C, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for a code amendment to Title 9, Chapter 8A and 8B to amend the detached accessory dwelling unit parking requirements. City Planner Eldon Gibb, you have all the fun tonight, once again.
Happy to be here, Mayor, Council. Thank you. Last item from me. This one involves the moderate income housing element to stay in compliance. We heard this 6-9 months ago, tabled it, asked for it to come back. We're now coming back and reduce the parking stall count for the accessory dwelling units. We're proposing to reduce it to 1 stall. Currently, it's at 2 stalls, just trying to make those accessory dwelling units more affordable and easier to comply with.
Questions for Eldon? Further discussion and/or motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for a code amendment of Title 9, Chapter 8A and 8B to amend the detached accessory dwelling unit parking requirements.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson. Let's go roll call, starting with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Item 8C is approved unanimously. Item 8D, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for the creation of an airport overlay zone. And I think we're deferring to the city manager on this item, as the city attorney has some serious business tonight that includes drafting his rec league girls basketball team at the community center. So I don't know who's covering for Thad, but I did get a fist pump from the parks director back there, Barry Blake. Jeremy, are you taking this one, or are you taking it, Drew? I'm not taking it.
I'll make a motion.
Well, I got a question. Which line are we going with? We talked about the purple line last time, but we didn't clean the map up to just show the purple line.
Me pretend. And for a minute.
Can you start with something about
I'll give you about trees
farming?
and history and talk about Washington City when I was a kid and pheasants.
Pheasants.
But It is the purple line. It is the purple line that we're going with. We can certainly clean the exhibit up, but
As long as we're clear on which line.
Thad, this was your best presentation yet.
Jeremy, just real quick, and again, effectively, what is it? We just have to notify people, or they just have to notify people on the plat that it's in the airport zone, or?
which we're already doing, but the new state law required that it said that we shall create one of these, and if we don't create one, we still have to follow the same rules, but we want to create the airport overlay zone, so we're look like we're being proactive, and we can set our own map, and that helps identify what we consider the zone. So it's, we talked about it the last meeting, and I don't know that I have anything more to add than that, but it's a proactive step for us. We're already doing the things that it requires. We've even talked to St. George about the avigation easement, and I don't even know that they intend to require the purchase of those easements. So right now, I don't think a lot will change, but we are fulfilling the requirements of state law.
Councilman Belliston, you're the only current pilot on this council, and you spend more time down there anyway.
I'm glad you said current, because once you get the license, you've always got the license, but I'd like to make a motion that we.
And Mayor, notice Councilman Belliston.
Oh, it's the tie. Is this lobbying for the ordinance tonight, or?
Tie.
Dumb luck.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman.
No, I'd just like to, I'll make the motion that we approve an ordinance for the creation of an airport overlay zone.
Have a motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. We'll go roll call, starting with Councilmember Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston, Henderson, Coates, Ivy. That is approved unanimously, and we are out of the ordinance business tonight. Back onto resolutions. I tried to give hand signals to Rick, giving him fair warning that he's up. Item 9A, this is consideration to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the Millard County Power Project power cells contract with UAMPS, Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems, and related matters. Take it away, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Actually, the initial presentation will cover actually both 9A and 9B, but we will need two separate motions.
Okay.
I believe Steve is Jackie and Matt on.
And you know what, Rick, while we're waiting for Jackie and Matt's confirmation, I'm also going to read that we are also discussing item 9A, which is consideration, or 9B, which is consideration to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the Power County Power Project Power Cells Contract with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems and related matters. We'll have this presentation concurrently. We'll vote on each item separately.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to mirror my screen, Steve. Is that possible? Ah, there we go. Did Jackie and Matt make it?
Yes, confirming you can hear me. This is Matt.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
I am also on.
Okay, thanks. So we have two members of the UAM staff that can answer any of your questions that I may not be able to. And I guess one question is, do you want the long version, the short version, or how much have you read or done? Because we can take 5 minutes or
I
50
think
minutes.
Councilman Coates's.
I've heard it once, it's great.
I think his opinion is going to sway heavy on his peers.
Okay. I'll do a short version, and again, we can answer any questions you have along the way. These two projects are two different natural gas projects that the city, through UAMPS, would like to participate in. We're a growing city and have needs for additional power to serve our load. And as Councilman Coates indicated on November 5th last week, the Power Board, we spent probably about 45, 50 minutes, and they recommended to the council to approve it. And I think I'll jump here to the slides. These are the same slides that were presented to the Power Board last week and try to just hit a few high notes. And then again, we're more than willing to answer any questions you may have.
So Rick, when you're done with this, I think the most powerful one to me was the graphs that you had that kind of showed the differences if we don't do it.
Yes, that's in this slide deck. So anyway, UAMPS commissioned an integrated resource plan a little over a year ago. It identified needs for the UAMPS group as a whole, both baseload, peaking, intermediate type resources. And the city is no different. And through that process, these are the capacity requirements for the two projects that came out of that IRP. With the peaking plant, about 200 megawatts, natural gas-fired reciprocating engines, and the base load, about 360 megawatts, with a combined cycle, which is very similar to the plant that we were involved with in Payson. It's just a larger scale. That plant has about 140 megawatts of capacity, so you're 2.5 times that size of the one that we're involved with in Payson. The peaking facility would be located in Millard County, a little bit west of Fillmore. 10 to 12 reciprocating engines, and these are very large engines, about 18 megawatts apiece.
Are these natural gas engines?
Yes, yes, both projects are natural gas, and both projects have the ability to burn a hydrogen mix when that becomes available in the future. The reciprocating units can get online very quickly and respond to load needs quickly. Rough timeline, we're here in the end of 2024, so with the anticipated COD date about towards the end of 2029. The combined cycle would have a combustion turbine coupled with a steam turbine as well, with a HRSG capability to burn gas directly as needed. And again, has the ability to do a hydrogen mix as needed or when it becomes available. And both locations went through a fairly extensive site selection process. These two sites were identified as being close to large natural gas sources, as well as close to transmission substations that would help reduce the interconnect costs on both sides of the plant. The combined cycle facility is anticipated to be on in 2031. The current cost is anticipated for the peaker to be about $112 a megawatt hour in today's dollars, and the base load about 69, which is very competitive with prices that we currently have either at NEBO or if we buy a peaker type product on the market. One of the reasons that we're needing we have a fairly quick turnaround is in order to get into the transmission study with Rocky Mountain Power, we need to be able to respond to their current queue, which is in January of 2025. If we miss that deadline, we could be out another year or more, and then it would shift the whole project later. And then one of the main reasons for the power sales contracts is through that process, PacifiCorp is requiring a $5 million deposit, or in this case, we'll do a letter of credit for each project. So that's 10 million total, and we have to have a funding mechanism in order to back up those letters of credit. Did I say that correctly, Matt?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Just got to make sure I'm on the right track. So in this study will take about a year. In this next year, they're going to be working on site control, permitting, air permitting issues, and then Pacific Core will identify transmission issues, which could be one of the higher costs or some of the more critical path items. Again, one difference between the two projects is the baseload plant in Idaho in Power County, and it's kind of interesting, it ends up in Power County, is that UMPA, or Utah Municipal Power Association, would be a potential participant with UAMPS. They're a somewhat similar joint action agency with 6 members. And on the peaking plant, it would be strictly a UAMPS facility where the baseload plant could have a joint owner with us in there. And by the end of this time next year, we should have a refined estimate, and that would give us kind of the final go, no-go opportunity. We should have the information needed to make a final decision about this time next year. The basic terms of the power sales contract are very similar to Nebo, Horse Butte Wind, and Vail that we already have entered in with UAMPS. In order for the project to move forward, we need 85% subscription of those, the 200 and the 360. And so these type of approvals are going on with, I don't know, I'm guessing around 40 of the members of UAMPS between now and the end of November. Again, we'd have, I talked with Councilwoman Casperson earlier. Each member of a participating project has a vote on the project management committee, so we're represented. Right now, I'm the UAMPS rep, and then Jeremy's the alternate for UAMPS. And so these are the recommended subscription levels that for each project is basically 15.25 megawatts for the peaker plant and 21 for the Power County baseload plant. These are pretty large amounts for us, but we'll see when we get into the graphs here how that fits in. And one of the challenges I think we have is this time of year, we're only about roughly 20 to 25% of what our peak is during the summer peak. So it's a challenge to buy a resource that you desperately need in the summer, but not so much this time of year. And so we're trying to balance where we hit that subscription level. And so these are the graphs that we worked with UAMPS to prepare. And so the solid red line is what our current load is and projected out based on load projections that we adjusted to match our capital facilities plan. And what these plants will fill is basically the white space between the colored bars up to the line. And so as you can see, as time goes on, that white space becomes bigger and bigger, which means we're just short of resource and we have to find it somewhere. And so with these plants coming on, the one plant in 2029 and then the lighter green in 2031, you can see we're much more resource whole. But I do want to note, even when these are online during the summer high load hours, we still have a deficit of probably in the 15 to 20 megawatt range, and we'll probably address those through power contracts, those kind of things, because you don't have that many hours. And so again, we try to balance what you're buying year round versus what you need for a short period of time. This orange down here is our current 5-year purchase that goes away in 2027. And in fact, Jake sent off to UAMPS today or what we feel our needs are to help fill this gap between when that contract goes away and when these plants come on. And so we've got a plan to address that, and we're hoping to get favorable pricing on that. Again, this was in your packet. It outlines the growth percentages. We have a pretty aggressive growth rate in the first 3 to 4 years, and then tapers off. And primarily, I think within a 5 to 10 year period, that's how things are going to plan out, because we're going to be landlocked with our service territory, with the Salente area and the Turner Turf Farm area is our biggest empty space right now that's left in our service areas. So that is the short version. Again, we're welcome any questions. We've got
Rick, you probably said, and I was probably just daydreaming, but how much is that? I mean, those are per megawatt. So what does that correlate to for the kilowatt hour that we're purchasing?
as far as the cost?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and so basically let me get back to that. Try not to make you sick here.
We're investing in it. Does that fix those costs for down the road, or are they gonna escalate over time?
Well, that's the one advantage of being an owner versus a power purchase contract is we'll have control as UAMPS on that. I think the biggest variable on that is gonna be gas prices. The fuel going into it, but the fixed cost, once we get the plant constructed, then you're more in an O&M mode, and UAMPS would have a control over that. So this
both of these will be owned by UAMPS then?
Correct. Correct. And so the easiest way is if you just move one decimal place, like if I say $112 a megawatt hour, that's 11.2 cents a kilowatt hour. So you just move it over one and change the megawatt to kilowatt.
And that's our purchase price.
Correct. Without transmission, so there'll be other costs to get it here.
Okay. And the other one's the 6.9.
Exactly. And give you a context, the 6.9 is roughly about what our NEBO is right now. And our generating plants, when we run our units we have, again, we run them throughout the year. It works out as a capacity factor that's pretty low. We're probably in the 120, 130 range is what it costs us. But we're lower than even this 40% capacity factor, which means it's going to run 40% of the time, where the base load we'd anticipate running 75% of the time.
So why can't we invest more in the other one, in the cheaper one instead of the peaker?
Your overall costs are going to be, again, the biggest driver between these two prices is going to be your capacity factor. So if we ran the reciprocating units longer, that price would come down.
Okay.
And their efficiency overall is better on the combustion turbine than the reciprocating engines. So you're using the more efficient unit over a longer period of time, and they don't have quite the flexibility of ramping up and down. So the peaker plant would have 10 engines in. Maybe UAMPS only needs to run 7 of them. You just leave the other 3 shut off. So it's a little simpler to fit the load patterns.
Okay.
Give you just a real quick side note. We went down to Tucson. This is the size of the engines that we're talking about. So
does Caterpillar build those, or who?
These are
builds stuff like
Wardzillas.
that?
It's a cool name. I like that. So this is the heads. They're very, very large engines. So, and I think they have roots in the marine. They're marine engines. So
I want to make one comment that Councilman Coates started to make. Your power board is an excellent board. And I know that everybody doesn't always see that one like we see other boards, but they are engaged. they're knowledgeable, they're learning, and they're asking a lot of questions. And I appreciate them, and I appreciate their recommendations, and Rick and UAMPS that spend a lot of time putting these together, and so their recommendation carries a lot of weight. They do a great job, and even Dick's not here to take the credit, but they do a tremendous job, and they're all very valuable for the city.
And they're tenured. I mean, Dick's been there for years, and he's the newest member. And I think there's value because there's such a learning curve in this industry.
You almost have to be. This is not a board we want to swap on and off. If people will continue to serve, that tenure is very valuable. So.
And they take the time to educate themselves, and it's really appreciated.
What I like about this is that we were hopeful with the small cell nuclear project, didn't go the way we wanted. But what I see you with your leadership and your team at UAMPS and with Washington City Municipal, I see us pivoting to handle our base load and peak load needs. So I appreciate you doing this, and we can't sit on sidelines. We got to keep moving forward.
Yeah, and I think there's much bigger risk of just relying on the market than to.
Yeah, we can't just go out and buy power all the time. We need to start.
We
keep
saw
generating.
what happened when that happened a couple of years ago. We just write big checks. So I'd rather err on the side of having a plan than not having a plan.
You know, I remember years ago, we were on the council when we did the Caterpillar natural gas generators. And it was a little bit like this, like, hey, should we do this already? And then it seems to me that that's been a great addition, especially for those hot summer months, like you mentioned, that were longer than ever prior this last summer. So,
Matt or Jackie, do you have anything you'd want to add that I'd missed?
You did a fabulous job, Rick.
Yeah, nothing here. It was great.
hey, Jackie, come see us again. You can host meetings down here in our council chamber anytime, okay?
I will do that, Mayor. Thank you.
And thanks for sticking with us for kind of a long meeting tonight.
I know you guys have a lot going on, so we're happy to join.
Council, I'm looking to you now for first a motion on item 9A, which is consideration to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the Millard County Power Project Power Sales Contract with UAMPS and related matters.
Mayor, I can make that motion to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the Millard County Power Project Power Sales Contract with the Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems and related matters.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. Resolution will go roll call, starting with Councilmember Casperson. Ivey. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. That is approved unanimously. We're going to call for a vote on item 9B, which is consideration to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the Power County Power Project Power Sales Contract with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems and related matters.
Moved.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Belliston. Roll call, starting with Councilmember Ivey, Coates, Henderson, Belliston, Casperson. That is approved unanimously. Thank you, Power Director Rick Hansen. Keep up the good work. It was nice to be with you a week or so ago, and
Thank you.
it was nice having lunch there. Thank you. Item 9C, this is consideration to approve a resolution vacating the SRO interlocal agreement with the City of St. George and the Washington County School District. Chief, are you presenting on this one, or Jeremy? Go ahead, Chief Jason Williams.
I can defer to Jeremy if you.
He's set the table for you very well. This council's aware of what we're doing.
Yeah, so
we don't hear from Chief Williams often enough, so we need him up here.
I was going to say, I'm worn out with Jeremy tonight. Let's go, Chief.
All right. We'll make it short and sweet. This agreement is an agreement with St. George City and the Washington County School District that we would help cover the cost of SRO officers or school resource officers inside each of their schools, and they in turn help share cost inside our schools as well. These agreements are 10-year agreements. The last one was signed by Mayor Nelson back in 2018, and this current agreement is ready to expire in 2028. However, there is an exit for in the agreement that with 6 months prior notice to a fiscal year, we can exit the agreement.
So here we go. You asked for interlocal agreement review.
We've had a couple tonight.
And here we are.
So that was my main question. So at the end of the school year, we'll be done, and starting next school year is our goal.
Yeah, we would no longer be trading checks back and forth between two agencies.
And we would manage the SROs in schools within our municipal boundary.
Right, we would still be in an agreement with the Washington County School District. We would just exit the agreement with St. George.
Just directly.
Yes, so it would be an agreement with just us and the school district to cover their portion.
Further questions for the chief? I know it's been a lot about fire tonight, but we appreciate the blue as well.
And I publicly welcome our new leadership in the fire department. It's been great. They're great partners.
I know you know a lot of those guys and have known them.
Yeah. I want to say I might have been BC's captain when I was up there, but I don't remember. We were looking at the dates, but I could remember if he was one of my guys or not, so.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Chief. It's good to have you come up to the pulpit, not just sit in the back and keep us safe all night. But I'm going to turn to this council for further discussion and preferably right to a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution vacating the SRO interlocal agreement with St. George City and the Washington County School District.
Council, you've heard the motion by Councilwoman Casperson. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
I have a second by Councilman Coates.
So can I ask for clarification? In the motion, it says Washington County, but you said we weren't.
Yeah, so we actually have been in discussion with the county as well. So we will enter, once this one's vacated, we'll enter into a new
A
agreement.
new one. Okay.
Yeah, with
Thank
the
you for
county.
that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll go roll call, starting with Council Member Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson. Ivy. That is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
And we will watch for the new interlocal agreement for SROs with Washington City and Washington County School District. Item 10, Finance. 10A, this is consideration to approve employee compensation. City Manager Jeremy Redd.
Speaking of somebody we don't hear a lot from, we probably need to have Ruth ready and waiting in the wings. We made her wait
Welcome, Ruth.
to
We're
be
always
here. We're glad to have her, so.
We are always glad to have you in our presence. We don't get to see you as often these days.
Let me remind you, when we passed the budget, we put in some budget numbers for employee compensation, and we talked about coming back and discussing it again. So this is that discussion. I would show this graph that I have up on the screen and explain this a little bit. I think it's really instructive to look at this, and not that any of us are unaware of what happened with inflation, but I think it's really interesting to look at this. You can see starting 10 years ago, our inflation was fairly consistent. You know, we were 1.5 up to 2.5, some years almost no inflation, but that was pretty consistent. We were able to plan on those types of increases. Recognize that inflation is really the ability of everyone to buy goods and services in the market. And then you see with 2020 and COVID and some of the policies that were enacted after COVID, you know, we benefited for some of those policies where we received federal funding and we received money to do things. But there's a downside to that, and we see that happening in 2021 when that consumer price index started to spike. So 4.7% in 21, 8% in 22, and this is a brand new number for 23 that came out is 4.1%. So when we put together the budget, we look at, Ruth and I put on our, and Brian, we put on our, you know, Nostradamus hat a little bit and try to determine what we think, you know, inflation is going to look like for our employees as we put the numbers together. And I would say that we really missed this 2022 number. We put in 3%, and we thought that things would go back down. They did not. They went sky high and ended up with an 8% number. So at the end of that year, we recognized that we had put in 3%. It ended up being 2.3% when it all works through our system. And so we asked you for a 4% catch-up, which we added in July of this year to kind of catch up this number right here, because we had essentially gone 2.3% and the number ended up 8. So that's where that ended up. Now with this year's budget, we have money in the budget, but what I would recommend is for our January increase. We're now far enough in the year that we don't have to look. We're always kind of 1 year in arrears, trying to look at what inflation was and then make those adjustments. So in 2023, that was 4.1%. And so I will let you have discussion and decide what you want to do there. But my recommendation today would be that we look at that 4.1% number as our January increase.
Jeremy, before I turn to the council for any discussion or questions for you, let me just pose one. So we had the normal January adjustment, which was the 3%, which came in close to that, a little lower than that. And then we don't typically do it twice a year, but we did this time with another 4%. But now your recommendation is basically say, we know what inflation was, let's keep up with it now.
Yeah, it's already budgeted. We've already planned for it. Let's keep up with that. And so this would be the CPI increase number that we use for our January increase.
Okay. Council, feedback, further discussion?
So question for Jeremy. So just so we can write it down, 2021, we did what percentage?
2021.
Let's start with 2022 was 3.
It was 3.
And then
We added another 4 on top of that in July of this year to as a catch up for missing that. And 2023 would be the 4 point. I actually like this.
You don't have 2021?
I don't offhand. I'd have to go. I don't have it offhand.
So Jeremy, does this, if
That far on my stuff.
adhere to your recommendation of 4.1%, does that leave you enough in that fund to be able to still get other employees that are going to have some wiggle room in there?
So that there's three components. There's this CPI number, then there's a performance component, and then there's a market adjustment component. So that with the additional budgeted money, it leaves room for those other 2 components where necessary.
What portions of the performance adjustment?
So we put it back into our matrix and look at that.
So then if we put it in our matrix at 4.1, it
With the CPI portion at 4.1.
So it's a guaranteed 4.1, and then on top of that's whatever the matrix portion.
That's correct. Any performance and or market adjustments. And those are done individually. The market adjustments are done individually, either by employee or by job description.
But what would be the percentage under the performance?
So it depends on how they did on their performance evaluation.
It's the average that we typically do.
This is why I bring Ruth in. Do you remember Ruth? Exactly.
And ma'am, would you please just state your name for the record? I mean, we move across the street and we feel like we don't even know you anymore.
Those of you that don't know me, Ruth Holyoke, HR Director, Washington City.
We just didn't want you to feel like you wasted your
Our
night.
matrix, if you remember our matrix, there it is. So the base is what we call our market. That's going to be cost of living.
So that's
if
going to be
you-
the 4.1%
That's going
is
to be
the
the
base.
4.1. So that would be, if you're performing, you're meeting expectations, doing your job, then the cost of living is applied to all employees that were there. The other numbers that just left us are going to be performance scores. So if you look at the top, you're going to see like a 3 point, it goes all the way from a 3 to a 5. Depending on where you score, we break that additional percentage down across that bar, and that wherever your score is, based on your performance, is that additional increase that you would get for performance. So that would be your performance and your equity adjustments if needed.
This is from 2022, so you can see this is where we ended with our 3%. So the base multiplier is the
Performs those evaluations? Is it department heads or immediate supervisors, or what
So
level
immediate
supervisor?
supervisors do the initial, and then it's approved and reviewed again by the department heads. So the supervisors will do the initial, and then it's submitted over to the department heads to review, just to see if there's any controversy, make sure everything's being fair and honest with how they're scoring an individual, whether they liked or disliked for whatever reason. We just want to make sure that that's not happening. So the department heads will put a second eye on it, and then they're completed and sent over.
Public safety, our chiefs.
Further questions for Ruth? It's a little past your bedtime, isn't it? No, I'm just teasing. I don't know.
What we're really looking for tonight, that I hope you'll look at, is what is that number that we want to use for that portion of the matrix? Does that make sense?
Does that mean the
Portion, multiplier portion.
base multiplier will be 4.1?
That's my recommendation.
Okay, so potentially how high would it be if somebody's performance was a 3 or 4? I mean, I don't understand what the other, because we haven't voted on that, right? What's the performance multiplier?
And Ruth, will you also just maybe address the councilman's question, then also just, it seems to me that this is the same matrix we've used for years.
Yeah, and so it's based upon funding. So we build that matrix and that performance to be in alliance with our numbers. So we're not gonna go out there and say, we're gonna shoot and say 5%, all the way up to 5%. If we know the overall budget that we budgeted for was 6%, we're not gonna go over that 6%, meaning there's 2% gap. You got your 4 and your 2 spread. We go in and we'll adjust those numbers to where the percentage for each one of those categories is gonna go down or it's gonna go up, depending on how much money we have funded. So if it was a 8%, we would have larger numbers for a 3 to 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5%. We're gonna have a larger amount as you go with the more money we have to put towards the employees. So, if we have a year that we don't have a performance, we don't have that, and we're saying all we're gonna do is a cost of living, you're gonna see the 4.1 and zeros, meaning that yes, you're still gonna go through, you're still gonna do your performance reviews, but there would be no funding for performance. It would be based on just cost of living. And there's some years that we've said, we're at a freeze, we're doing nothing. What we're trying to achieve is just keep our head above float.
Do you remember what 2021's year's amount was?
What we did on increases, so I
With the
believe,
2021 CPI base?
what was we just looking at? What year was that?
I think it was
I wanna say our base is usually between 2-3%, but then we have a larger amount that we're putting towards the performances. Well, as your funding shortens down, you have to focus on where the market's being driven and the economy's being driven. And we need to do those cost of livings need to be addressed first, and then performances would come after that. The council has always been revolved around performance. That's been something that's been a driver. You guys are the ones that wanted to add that as a key component, was the performance.
Part of the,
Your 2021, I'm going back to that, is your base was 2.4% added to that. And so you were probably in the 3.6 to 4.5 range for most employees. It's hard. I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm just saying it depends. And so it was a 2.4 base back in 2021.
And everybody's will be different because it's all based upon their scores. And so that's where you're gonna separate your employees' wages.
well, I understand, I'm just trying to, if 2021 showed it was at 4.8, we were 2 point something, so we lagged a little bit there. We still lagged a point last year, right? And so, year over year, we're 3 or 4 points.
And we still will be this year. If you utilize the full 6%, we still will be lagging.
In some areas.
Yes.
I mean, we saw the scale
And that's why we like to do those equity adjustments, is because those equity adjustments are a key factor in looking at those that have the longevity, have the knowledge, and have the expertise, and they're falling a little bit below what we call our methodology of determining, when you're going from your your comp ratios when you're doing your 80, 85, 90, 95, 100%. When you were looking at those comp ratios, after you've hit that learning curve, you should be at a certain point. Those are the ones we want to address. We first want to address those that fall below market and the starting recommended wages. Then we want to address those that have that longevity and should be at a point that they're not, and then kind of work your way backwards, because those are in their first year of employment. They're already starting at the starting pays. They're not
Right.
falling below. Those that are in their 1 year, they're there as well. When you hit your 2-year mark, you know, you might have a handful, a dozen. When you hit your 3 and 4 year, that's where you get your larger number of people that are starting to slide backwards that we want to address.
One of the things that I really appreciate about the manager and this council is that when we recognize that there may be a little bit of a slip because of really unprecedented, at least in most of our adult lifetimes, we made that mid-year adjustment at 4. And then I know there's been some discussion about what's the appropriate amount at this point, but to me, using inflation, and actually fairly current numbers of inflation at 4.1, it makes sense to me what the manager's recommending. I think that's fair to say, staff, we appreciate all the hard work you're doing. We are doing everything we can to keep your pay consistent with the economy. And so I think now staff is saying to council, if you agree, you know, let's move this forward and get these raises implemented for January. And so council, I'm looking to you now for further discussion and or motion on this item, unless you have additional questions for the manager or the HR director.
I'm happy to make a motion. I just want to make one just quick clarification. We're baselining, you know, we budgeted the 6, we're baselining the 4, the remaining 1.9 or whatever is going to market adjustments that we need to in the few positions and that performance gap, right? Whenever reviews come in.
Maybe not the entire amount, but whatever needs to be adjusted will be adjusted.
So when we keep up with other municipalities, they do performance too, but is it the same? Like, I mean, just because I've had conversations and a lot of them are just, I've heard higher.
So that's where the market rate ends up. And so it's difficult because we're talking about many different departments, many different jobs within those departments. And so we're looking at the CPI takes everybody into account. But then if there's a certain position that falls below market, you know, we had firefighters here earlier. So say a firefighter 1, if that certain position falls below the market range, it means that we're out there trying to hire and we're $1,000 below everybody else. And that's where a market adjustment comes into play and gets made. So we're not, if we adjust everybody at the 6%, then we end up with some positions that might be low to market and some that might be high. But if we give a CPI increase and then we make those market adjustments individually by position, then we end up with a much clearer competitive position with each position. Is that clear as mud? Did I make sense?
I see a lot of wisdom in where you're going, Jeremy, and I know how hard you work for this council and for the residents and also for your staff. And so I hope that the staff feels that appreciation from this body as well.
Well, I know, and we watch our firefighters and others, and we've been interacting with our staff, and I think everybody up here recognizes how valuable they are and how much they run programs of the city, and it's those frontline employees that are really making things go. And then on the other side, we have a duty to our taxpayers and an ability to pay, and we're always balancing those things. But yeah, I think the council and I think the staff, Ruth, we do the best job, try to make those balance out and do the best we can for both stakeholders.
So council, I'll turn to you now to either move forward with a motion based on the manager's recommendation or make a case for something different.
Mayor, like I said, I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead, Councilman Belliston.
This is just to approve employee compensation. Do we need to just say
I think
that
the
it was a baseline 4.1 CPI
CPI
increase and then performance on top
That would be appropriate, yes.
in line with
Correct.
I like it.
that motion.
I like it. Go ahead.
Second that.
That was the motion.
It was, you want me to restate it?
Just go ahead and restate it. I thought you were clarifying it, but apparently you were making it. Go ahead one more time.
I would make the motion that we approve employee compensation with a baseline 4.1 CPI increase with the performance increases.
Adjustments,
Adjustments that are in line with what has already been in the city budget for 2025.
Motion's clear. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. Let's go, this is, let's go. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's approved unanimous. Let's go on to report of officers from assigned committees. And I'm a creature of habit. I'll start on my left. Councilman Belliston.
Nothing tonight.
Councilman Henderson.
I missed my Shade Tree Committee meeting today. I had a work conflict. I'm kind of bummed about that, but I do have a mosquito meeting tomorrow, which will more than make up for it. So next time I'll have some information from there. So.
Okay.
Definitely have the awesome committees. So Rick covered power pretty good, so we're covered there, and nothing else to report tonight, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Ivey.
Just a quick update on the Commission on Housing Affordability. Some things that are coming out of legislative policy. The use of publicly owned surplus land for affordable owner-occupied housing. That's moving along nicely, making good progress there. And strategies to incentivize condos rather than apartments. That's moving along nicely. And then improvements to regulate short-term rentals. Those are three that I'd highlight tonight. I went on a really enjoyable ride-along again with our police department this week. Just want to mention that. And then had a good breakfast or a lunch meeting today with the St. George Area Chamber, where they had the president of the local Washington County Republican Democratic Party talk about the election and their responses to that. And that was very enjoyable as well. So that's all I've got.
Councilwoman Casperson. Before we go on to Jeremy, city manager report, I'll just, I'm gonna spend a lot of my day tomorrow with UDOT. It'll be great, won't it, Blake? We'll be working with our friends on roads, so I'll be sure to give you a full report at the next meeting. Item 12, city manager report.
Even though Councilman Coates is tired of hearing from me, I have a couple of items.
Could you go easy on the manager, Councilman?
Everyone's seen not with Jeremy. Got to keep him on his toes.
Everyone's seen the traffic improvements we talked about today, the 300 Eastern Telegraph improvement. That's going to be a really great improvement for the city. It's going to be terrible while they're doing it and create a lot of traffic congestion. But again, our residents are very patient. I'm willing this into existence. They're very patient. They may even choose some different routes around that construction. You've seen Main and Telegraph. That left turn pocket is looking really good. In fact, they were paving this afternoon, so that looks really great. The Wheels Park project is out to bid now, and the bid opening will be December 11th. So a lot of work, a lot of effort has gone into that project, and we're excited to see that come through. Significant progress expanding our local recreational facilities. And then just a point of personal privilege as a San Juan High class of 94 graduate, the mighty San Juan Broncos are playing for their 4th straight 2A football title Saturday in Cedar City. If anybody would like to ride with me, let me know, and we can carpool together. So 8 different cars, but go Broncos. Thanks, Mayor.
Would we have to wear is it gold or yellow and blue?
The blue and gold.
The blue and gold, okay.
Blue and gold.
It was like a Boy Scout banquet.
Hey, can I ask the manager a question?
Clarification on the 2A state championship?
No. So we've had some delays on the off-ramp opening. It looks like the 1st of December is the date. I've had some people reach out.
I still tell people the end of the year. When we have an exact date, we'll let you know, and we'll do we'll bring some trumpets and some trombones, but
yeah.
You probably will get more clarification from UDOT tomorrow than we currently have today, but better to set a low bar and jump over it. And they haven't been jumping very high, have they, Blake, on that low bar? But they've got to be close. They've got to be close.
All right,
So I'm still saying the end of the year.
Christmas morning. Thanks, Jeremy. We do need to go to closed session for item 13C, character or professional competence of an individual. Our next meeting will be on December 11th. We have one meeting in November, one day of meetings in November, one day of meetings in December because of the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. Council, I'll turn to you for a motion and vote on item 13C to move into closed session.
So moved.
Motion by Councilwoman Casperson,
Second.
second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We'll move into closed session. Let's take 5 minutes. Council, my clock shows 9:05. Let's be in there in the boardroom by 9:10.